This page is the front cover of SEGA Saturn Magazine, Volume 18, Issue 25, from 1996. It's packed with exciting SEGA Saturn news for the latter half of the year. The main visual features two mecha from what looks like the Sakura Wars Gundam side story, Princess of the Wastelands game, which is highlighted as a major feature. The cover also boasts about RPGs for the Saturn in '96, mentioning Lunar, Silver Star Story, Shining the Holy Ark, Riglord Saga 2, and Langrisser 2i. There's also a mention of Sega Rally, Shell Shock, Sexy Parodius, and Tokyo Mahjong Land. Excitingly, the magazine is premiering the first public screenshots of a versus battle mode and the opening movie for Virtual On. It also notes a special poster of Langrisser 2i is included and gives a SEGA Saturn complete guide with information on Street Fighter 02, Fighters Megamix, and Real Bout Fatal Fury Special. Overall, the cover screams, "Big games are coming to Saturn," and highlights a strong focus on RPGs and fighting games. The next page spotlights Riglord Saga 2, hyping it up as a moving masterpiece. It emphasizes a new, pressurized, three-dimensional battle system with dynamic terrain that can crumble, and battles that happen in the sky and underground. The game boasts impressive camera work and polygon graphics used for terrain, creating impactful events like land collapses and erupting volcanoes. They're talking about a greatly enhanced skill system, with 1.5 times the number of techniques from the previous game, reaching over 200. The world map is supposedly 3 times bigger than the original Riglord Saga, with a dramatically expanded story, battlefields, and events. The release date is listed as November 8th, with a price of 5,800 yen, categorized as a tactical RPG. There are also screenshots showing off different aspects of the game, like a dragon-like creature, character interaction in a town, and a battle scene. This page continues the feature on Riglord Saga 2, using the title Again, perhaps suggesting a deeper dive into the game after the initial hype. The page showcases key characters from the game. We see the red-haired female protagonist, the swordsman character, and the younger boy character prominently displayed. The art style is very typical of the Sega Saturn era, with its distinct visual style and polygon-based characters. At the bottom, there's a Sega Saturn console image and logo, reminding readers that this is indeed a Sega Saturn title. And it mentions a price of 20,000 yen, which is likely related to the console itself, or perhaps a bundle deal. The overall tone suggests continued excitement for Riglord Saga 2 and its upcoming release. This page showcases a variety of games, starting with what looks like a comedic title called Onisen, featuring some very unique and funny-looking characters. There's also a game called Edufon, which seems to involve puzzle elements and quirky character designs, mentioning something about characters named Tomono-kun and Maruko-chan getting married. Moving on, we see a section dedicated to the movie Mothra, advertising a game adaptation of the film. Screenshots show menus and monster action, confirming it's a game based on the classic monster. Then we have Vivid Boys Great Adventure 3, a platformer with a cast of diverse characters you can choose from. Finally, there are 2 interesting games at the bottom. The King of Space Protector Man looks like a 3D action game, and surprisingly, it seems to be an advertisement related to Schick Razors and their mascots. Next to it is Denki Groove's Bizarre World Creator, a game tied to the band Denki Groove. It appears to be a music-based game of some sort, with a bizarre and creative world. Overall, this page is packed with a diverse range of games, from movie tines and platformers to unique titles featuring music and even razor brands. This page is an advertisement for GameWare Volume 3, which seems to be a compilation disc. It highlights several games, including the information game Virtua Cop 2, the information game Sega Touring Car Championship, and Virtua Fighter 2, which is subtitled Legend of Sarah Part 2. The page details the contents of this GameWare Volume 3 disc. It includes a serial game, suggesting it might be a continuing feature from previous volumes. Legend of Sarah Part 2 is described as playable in digital comic and movie format, promising exciting content. Edufon is back again, and Vivid Boys Great Adventure 3 is also included, described as a 3D puzzle game transformed into a battle puzzle game for adults. There's also interactive advertising with Schick Protector Man, which is described as a parody block-breaking game. An information section lists music and electric group, and games include Virtua Cop 2 and Sega Touring Car Championship. The digital gallery offers digital content for users to enjoy. A shopping section features character goods, strategy books, and Saturn fan goods. Finally, there's a preview movie section featuring Tilde Rico Tilde, which seems to be a world preview movie related to Sega. The release date for Volume 3 is mentioned as October 4th, priced at 1,980 yen. This page showcases the exciting Battle Mobile Valva, a brand new armed car action game for the Sega Saturn. It's advertised as a SATURN Soft First title. The game features intense car battles with customizable vehicles. You can play in a single-player story mode or engage in chaotic multiplayer battles for up to 6 players in team matches. There are a huge variety of weapons, around 50 types to select from, promising dynamic and destructive combat. The cars themselves are highly customizable, allowing for unique original machine creations. The background music is highlighted as being created by the well-known Taro Kudo, and the original characters are designed by manga artist Hitoshi Ariga. The game is scheduled for release on November 29, 1996, and is priced at 5,800 yen. The page also includes screenshots showing off the in-game graphics and the different types of cars you can use in battle. This page is all about the Sega Saturn release of Batsugun, a vertical scrolling shooter. It's highlighted as the final vertical shooting game from Toaplan, a company known for their arcade hits, and was popular in game centers. The Saturn version is a complete port of the arcade game, boasting over-the-top action with 2-player simultaneous play and screen-filling special effects fully recreated. Alongside the arcade mode and options, there's also a new arranged soundtrack for fans. The game is set to release in October 1996 and is priced at 5,800 yen. The page features artwork of the game's characters and screenshots showing off the intense shooter gameplay. This page is an advertisement from Victor Interactive Software announcing some exciting news. It seems Pack-in Video and Victor Software are merging into one company called Victor Interactive Software from October 1st. They are highlighting their existing and upcoming game lineup under both the Pack-in Software and Victor Software banners. Under Pack-in Software, they list some of their representative titles as the Fishing Master series and Wangan Dead Heat. For future titles, they mention Fish Eyes for PlayStation, High Barrier Security S for Saturn, and Mission Impossible for Nintendo 64. On the Victor Software side, their representative series include Classic Road and King of Boxing. For upcoming games, they've got Fist Saint King of Boxing for PlayStation, Marika the World of Truth for Saturn, and Tomb Raiders, which is coming to both Saturn and PlayStation. The ad emphasizes their new concept of individualistic software creation and promises more impressive and emotionally engaging games in the future. They're clearly excited about this new direction and want players to look forward to their upcoming releases. This page showcases the game Jikochuha Tokyo Mayongland from Game Arts for the Sega Saturn, and it's presented as an exciting and highly anticipated title. The tagline emphasizes, "We've been waiting for this match," and the game is described as a self-centered mahjong experience. The page is packed with anime-style characters, over 56 in total apparently, and it looks like they are all unique and expressive. It mentions that all characters are voiced and have individual lines, fitting their personalities. The game seems to be focusing on character interactions and humor, with animated cutscenes and demos in the adventure mode. There are screenshots showing the Mahjong gameplay interface, which looks to be standard Mahjong with some graphical flair. It mentions 3 game modes are available: Story Mode, Free Mahjong, and Story Battle. The Story Mode seems to be set in Tokyo Mahjongland and involves interacting with these quirky characters. The game is described as having enhanced AI for opponents, so it should be a challenging Mahjong experience. The release date is highlighted in a red banner as October 18th, and the price is listed as 6,800 yen. It also mentions that this game is compatible with Sega Saturn. Overall, it looks like a fun and character-driven mahjong game with a focus on humor and personality. This page is dedicated to Master of Monsters, Neo Generations for the Sega Saturn. It's advertised as a large-scale strategy game with over 130 monster types. The page highlights several key features, visually using screenshots and banners on the left side. These include full-scale battle animations, powerful evolution animations, an opening CG movie, detailed hex-based fields, large-scale magic, and multi-layered maps. The main image showcases character artwork, hinting at a fantasy setting. Below the artwork, there are details about the game systems, mentioning story mode with 30 stages, map mode with 20 stages, and map editing functionality. There's also a note about monster fusion. The bottom right shows a flowchart of unit progression starting from soldier, branching to fighter, swordman, knight, and finally, paladin, with a fire dragon also shown as a higher tier unit achievable through fusion, indicating unit upgrades and strategic choices. The release date is prominently displayed as October 25, 1996, with a price of 6,800 yen. The music is credited to two composers, Shinshinkie and Hayato Matsuo. It's published by Toshiba Emi. This page showcases an advertisement for the game Shell Shock, Just Keepin' the Peace, on both PlayStation and SEGA Saturn. The ad features a large image of a futuristic tank with a checkered pattern on the barrel and the words "Just Keepin' the Peace" written on it. Behind the tank are a group of characters with sunglasses, giving off a tough, mercenary vibe. The text highlights that you play as a new recruit, controlling a next-generation tank called the M13 Predator. The game is described as a near-future military action title where you undertake various missions, including human rescues and base destructions, across 25 diverse stages. You can upgrade your tank for harder battles. The game boasts smooth and speedy 3D graphics, realistic voice acting, and hip-hop music from American artists. Release dates are listed as October 25th for both SEGA Saturn and PlayStation versions, each priced at 5,800 yen. The bottom of the page includes logos for Electronic Arts Victor and Core Design, indicating they are the publisher and developer respectively. Screenshots below the text show in-game action with the tank in different environments. The next page is an advertisement for a daily email news service called Daily Busters News. They're offering free trials to 50,000 people to receive daily updates on game and PC information via email, excluding weekends and holidays. It's currently a free service, but the trial period lasts until November 20th. After that, it sounds like it becomes a paid subscription for 500 yen per month, available to those who wish to continue. The service is broken down into game news and PC news. Game news covers everything from new game releases and event info to sales rankings and industry gossip. PC news is focused on hardware, applications, networks, operating systems, internet and intranet information, and general PC-related news. They encourage people to sign up online through their website, busters.or.jp, stating the process is easy. You can also apply via email. The ad also mentions Internet Busters homepage, which offers visual information, back issues of Busters news, and member-exclusive content. There's a small image showing what looks like example web pages related to Game Busters and PC Busters. Finally, at the bottom, it mentions another free campaign for Tiger_Shelter, Rapid News, Stock and Company Info, available via a different website, eyesight.or.jp. This page is all about the game Mighty Hits and its compatible Virtua gun controller. It's a fun, quirky-looking shooter game. The page title translates to New Gun Playstyle We Recommend. It's basically a guide on how to play, laid out in a flowchart style, with questions to determine your playstyle and how you should approach the game. It starts with questions like, if you were in a movie theater line an hour before opening, would you line up or try to take leadership? And, when sitting on a chair, do you sit with your legs together or spread wide? Based on your answers, you are guided through different scenarios and character types within the game. There are screenshots showing cartoonish characters in different scenarios. One scene looks like a penguin level, another is on a tropical island, and another features totem pole-like enemies. The characters themselves are goofy and colorful, like a pirate, a cute girl, and some quirky enemy designs. The page seems to be suggesting different gameplay approaches depending on your personality type, making it sound like a game with some depth despite its cartoonish look. It also highlights the Virtua gun compatibility, suggesting it's designed for light gun play, which was a popular style of game on the Saturn. It mentions a price of 5,800 yen and a release date of October 18, 1996. This page is all about Lunar, Silver Star Story for the SEGA Saturn. It's a full-page advert announcing the release date as October 25th. Priced at 6,800 yen. The tagline is catchy, something like, Under the Blue Star, a new story unfolds. They are also promoting a CD book version of Lunar that is already available, with volumes 1, 2, and 3 out now, and volume 4 coming on November 7th. The page showcases the main characters Alex and Null in a nice illustration, plus some screenshots from the game itself. You can see battle scenes and a scene with Alex and Luna under a tree. They even list some of the voice casts. Akira Ishida as Alex, Kyoko Hikami as Luna, and Tomoko Hagiwara as Null. There's a little speech bubble from Null to Luna saying something funny about singing practice and getting scolded if she's slow. It's definitely hyping up this fantasy RPG as a big SEGA Saturn exclusive. This page is an advertisement for Interaccess Internet Service, specifically highlighting their Mitaneto prepaid card system, which is being pitched as the first step into the internet for home users. The page uses cute penguin characters to promote the service and emphasizes its ease of use and affordability. They are offering dial-up internet access with a focus on large volume data transfers and convenient backup. There's a breakdown of the pricing structure, mentioning an initial fee, monthly basic charge, and additional usage fees, alongside different rate plans for daytime and nighttime/weekend usage. The Mitaneto card is advertised as offering 100 minutes of internet access for 2,000 yen and is portrayed as a beginner-friendly option for exploring the internet. They also mention a Internet Ohajime set, Internet First set, that includes the Mitaneto card. The overall tone is quite inviting and friendly, aiming to make internet access seem less daunting and more accessible to the average person. It's clearly targeting a broad audience looking to get online for the first time, promising a simple and cost-effective way to experience the internet. This page showcases the Neo label lineup game sound collection, highlighting a series of game soundtracks being released on CD. Volume 1 is for Space Detective DD Phantom of Lorelei, an adventure game from ASC2. It features a cool-looking detective duo on the cover and boasts a cinematic adventure soundtrack with bonus tracks. Volume 2 is Megatudo 2096, a futuristic robot battle game from Banpresto. The artwork shows a powerful-looking mech, and the soundtrack promises intense fighting music with remix bonus tracks. Volume 3 shifts gears to Idol Mahjong Final Romance R, an idol-themed mahjong game. The images show cute anime girls, hinting at the character-driven nature of the game. This soundtrack seems to be packed with extras, including character voices and special posters. Moving on, the page then promotes Dance Revolution Team soundtracks, featuring dance remixes of popular arcade and console game music. Volume 1 is for Vampire Hunter, Darkstalker's Revenge, promising character voice samples and stage background music, along with stickers and figures as special bonuses. Volume 2 is for Fighting God Legend 2, Battle Arena to Shinden 2, focusing on popular stage themes and character voices, also with special stickers as a bonus. Overall, this page is an exciting announcement for fans wanting to own the music from these popular games, offering a variety of genres from adventure and mecha to idol and fighting games, all with bonus content for collectors. This page showcases the release of the Virtua Fighter 3 soundtrack, announcing it will be in-store on October 23rd, and priced at 2,000 yen. The advert emphasizes the game's graphical and sound capabilities, powered by the Model 3 board, and promises a soundtrack that captures the intensity of the arcade experience. Furthermore, the page promotes other soundtracks in the soundtrack series that are already available. These include Virtua Fighter Kids and Sonic the Fighters, both priced at 2,000 yen. An exciting announcement is for CGMV Virtua Fighter 3, which is advertised as a special strategy video, described as Part 1, Part 2, and scheduled for release on December 21st. This video is touted as the strongest strategy video and essential for victory. Lastly, the page also highlights Virtua Fighter Keydrum, the beginning for Macintosh. This product is described as a Virtua Fighter Keydrum for Macintosh, and emphasizes that this room is not a Virtua Fighter game. It is designed for Macintosh and seems to be related to the early development or background of Virtua Fighter. It also lists system requirements for Macintosh computers. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game 3D Ultra Pinball. It's described as the definitive action pinball game, set in a space colony with exploding bulldozers and falling meteorites. The game boasts incredible graphics and sound, offering a pinball experience unlike any other. You'll be able to play on 13 different tables, each with unique challenges to conquer. It's set to be released in December and will cost 5,800 yen, excluding tax. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Necronomicon, which is described as digital pinball. It's scheduled for release on November 15th and priced at 5,800 yen. The ad's visual is quite striking, showing a man standing in what looks like a Japanese alleyway, surrounded by floating bubbles and a large pothole in the street. The tagline, "Sometimes, if you don't die, you can't live," adds a somewhat philosophical and slightly dark tone to the game's promotion, which is quite unusual for a pinball game. The game is from KME, or Kaz Company, Limited. This page is an advertisement for Langrisser 2i, announcing its special package release, which is set for October 18th. It starts with an apology for the delayed release of Langrisser 2i, stating they are formally announcing the new date after many delays, and appreciate everyone's patience in waiting for the best Langrisser game yet. The advert showcases artwork of key characters, and labels it as a semi-real-time simulation role-playing game. The special package is highlighted as having 3 major bonuses: a 3D hologram illustration sheet, a voice actor message and signed Langrisser fanbook, and a lottery for a signed poster or telephone card. For those who might miss out on the special package, a regular package is also available with extra goodies. This regular package includes a lottery for unreleased illustrations and a chance to find hidden Messiah characters on the field map to obtain a signed illustration for the manual. The special package is priced at 6,200 yen and the regular package at 5,800 yen, both excluding tax. The bottom of the page mentions the game is from Messiah and NCS, or Nippon Computer Systems. This page showcases an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Haunted Casino. The advert prominently features suggestive artwork of women's legs in high heels and revealing underwear to emphasize its adult content, indicated by the 18+ only label. The game is described as an adult RPG casino game, featuring dummy head 3D sound, and is currently on sale for 7,900 yen, excluding tax, as a 3-disc set. The advert mentions various casino games included such as poker, blackjack, roulette, and Hell or Heaven, alongside other game content featuring 8 beautiful women. Voice actors mentioned include Bulker. The game is published by Solieta Daikanyama. This page is the front cover of the inaugural issue of SEGA Magazine, SEGA's official magazine for fans. It's priced at 300 yen and scheduled for monthly release on the 13th. The cover shouts out the latest news, with a spotlight on Virtua Fighter 3, Wave Runner, and Sega Touring Car Championship. There's a feature article inside about the grand opening of Shinjuku Joyopolis, Sega's indoor amusement park. The magazine also promises information on upcoming Sega Saturn games and a look at new Sega character merchandise. The cover itself features a 3D render of a woman in a kimono, likely a Trioi from Virtua Fighter, really showing off the 3D graphics of the era. The magazine's launch date is stated as October 11th, published by SoftBank. This page highlights Super Real Mahjong PVI, showcasing it as a original drawings and setting data collection. It boasts being popular and currently on sale. The advert emphasizes that it comes with a large, bath-safe pinup, suggesting it's waterproof. The text describes the Super Real Mahjong series as a popular strip mahjong game known for high-quality anime scenes and detailed character designs by. The book is packed with illustrations exclusive to this publication, promising to be a must-have for fans, filled with pinups and popular presents. Below the main advert, you can see smaller ads for other Super Real Mahjong related products. There's a Super Real Mahjong P2 and P2i fanbook, Super Real Mahjong PIV Original Drawings and Setting Data Collection, Super Real Mahjong PV Original Drawings and Setting Data Collection, and finally, Super Real Mahjong PV Paradise All-Star 4-Player Mahjong Anthology Comic. These are all presented as books or fan books related to the Super Real Mahjong series, each with details like page count, price, and publisher information. This page is dedicated to Virtua Fighter 3 and is advertising official guidebooks for the game. It highlights that these guides are fully supervised by Yu Suzuki from AM2, the creators of Virtua Fighter. There's a mention of a Virtua Fighter 3 official guidebook, which is already popular and on sale. Additionally, they are planning to release a Virtua Fighter 3 Basic Guide and a Virtua Fighter 3 Advanced Guide soon, with the Advanced Guide expected towards the end of the year. Below, it also teases a forthcoming Fighting Viper's Perfect Guide, which is another Sega fighting game, suggesting more guides are planned for other titles as well. The page is published by Sega Enterprises and sold by SoftBank Publishing. This page showcases a few different game guidebooks. First up, there's a guide for Street Fighter 02 on the Sega Saturn, advertised as a complete guide that fully covers the game, boasting 18 characters and in-depth strategies. They are really pushing the Saturn version as the definitive version. This guide is from SEGA Saturn Magazine editorial department, is 216 pages long, and priced at 1,500 yen, slated for release in mid-October. Next we have a guide for Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner, World Guidance. This one seems to delve deep into the game with absolute truth clarification, promising comprehensive graphics, staff commentary, scenario explanations, mythology research, and historical considerations of weapons. This looks like a very in-depth guide, 240 pages long, B5 size, priced at 2,000 yen, and it's already on sale. Finally, there's a guide for the convenience store game, called the Convenience Store Perfect Guide. This guide promises complete support for creating your own store, covering all data and gameplay strategies, even revealing store creation know-how and feng shui tips for store design. This one is 160 pages, a 5 size, priced at 1,600 yen, and also set for release in early October. This page is the contents page for this issue, and the main feature seems to be focused on Saturn RPGs for 96. They are highlighting titles like Lunar Silver Star Story, Riglord Saga 2, which is also known as Shining the Holy Ark, Langrisser 2i, and Tengai Makyo, the Apocalypse IV. Here, there's a section called Special Scoop, which includes info on a diverse range of games like Sakura Wars, Virtual On, Gundam Side Story 2, Virtua Cop 2, Enemy Zero, Samurai Spirits, Hyperduel, and Blast Wind. Lastly, there's a segment dedicated to Virtua Fighter 3 and Virtua Fighter Kids, with further details on move commands for Virtua Fighter 3 and an announcement of top combo submissions for Virtua Fighter Kids. The page also includes a large image of a 3D character, possibly from Virtua Fighter. This webpage presents Sega Saturn news, covering new releases, upcoming games, strategy guides, and research projects. New releases include titles like Super Puzzle Fighter 2X, NHL Power Play 96, and Nightruth Maria. Coming Soon Soft lists games like Jewels of Oracle, Sexy Parodius, and Kyun Wampula Jiko Chushina. The page also details strategy guides for existing games such as Street Fighter 02. 2 research sections are highlighted. AM3 Research Rush focuses on Last Bronx Tokyo Bangaichi, and Sega M1 Research Dynamite details Wave Runner. Finally, a Game Index provides an alphabetical listing of featured games with page numbers. This page showcases the upcoming Sega Saturn game Battle Athletes Great Athletic Meet, which is described as a hot-blooded beautiful girl sports roots simulation game. The page features a promotional image of the 5 main female characters, all dressed in athletic sportswear, highlighting the sporty theme of the game. The game is slated for release in November 1996 and will retail for 5,800 yen. It looks like a visually appealing title, with a focus on anime-style characters and sports competitions. This page highlights Sega Saturn news and information, kicking off with the Sega Saturn's 2nd anniversary celebration. To mark the occasion, a user event caravan titled SEGA Saturn Digital Circus is being held, featuring the popular game Virtua Cop 2. It's mentioned that due to the anniversary, Sega Saturn consoles are now more affordable and come in new body colors. The page lists dates and locations for the user event caravan, spanning across Japan in November and early December. Locations include Yokohama Landmark Tower, Fukuoka Canal City, Sapporo, Hiroshima, Tokyo Joydopolis, Nagoya Nadia Park, Tokyo Ebisu Garden Hall, and Osaka Umeda Stella Hall. Moving on, Fujitsu is announced as a new Sega Saturn licensee, and they're releasing Sekai no Shasu Kara World Train Windows, which is based on a TV Asahi program and will be available on Crydrom, allowing players to enjoy train window views on their Saturn. BMG Victor is promoting their upcoming baseball game, 3D Baseball 96, and they're giving away 5 invitations to a Japanese Goodwill baseball game at Tokyo Dome as part of the promotion. Finally, Riverhill Soft is launching the Uga Project campaign in Tokyo for their game Ogre Battle, the March of the Black Queen, holding events in various locations with photo opportunities. Landmark Magazine's latest edition previews upcoming releases. The Quo Vadis 2 radio show with Ayako Ito is highlighted. The Jacomi Game Exhibition showcases new PC and console games with prize giveaways. Racing game fans can participate in the Winning Cup campaign for Winning Post 2 to name a legendary horse. Developer Climax is hiring for an interactive movie department, targeting year-end releases. Music and drama releases include singles by Tomomi Kahala, Mariko Kokufu, Halunilet, and Yuki Uchida. Also featured is a stereo drama, CD Twinbee Paradise 3 Volume .5, and Citron Fantastic Character Series Fist, likely a character song release. Finally, there's a Vot Lulva action game demo disc giveaway with a chance to win a video CD. The Sega Saturn software sales chart is topped by the new entry, Sakura Wars, followed by Street Fighter Alpha 2 and Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 1, The Blue Destiny, Police Knots and Romance of the Three Kingdoms versus round out the top 5. Other notable new entries include Real Bout Fatal Fury, Sega Ages Outrun, Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, and Sega Ages Afterburner 2. Fighting Vipers dropped to number 7. In the arcade charts, Virtua Fighter 3 remains at number 1, with Last Bronx, Tokyo Bangaichi at number 2. Alpine Surfers, Cyber Troopers Virtualon, and Prop Cycle complete the top 5. Virtua Fighter 3's continued popularity is highlighted, with the reviewer anticipating more arcade setups and new products from the AM show. This page presents 2 game charts. First, a top 20 wishlist for Sega Saturn ports is presented, with Last Bronx, Tokyo Bangaichi at the top, followed by Resident Evil and both Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy series. Other highly desired ports include Virtua Fighter 3, Dungeons & Dragons Collection, Die Hard Arcade, Super Robot Wars, Raystorm, and My Goddess. The list continues with games like Rent-A-Hero, Tekken, Tales of Phantasia, Virtua Striker, Shining Force, Slayer, Gunblade, NY, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, and Alien vs. Predator, showing the broad range of games Saturn fans are hoping for. Next is a top 15 list of eagerly awaited new Sega Saturn games. Cyber Troopers Virtualon is number 1, with Enemy Zero and Grandia following closely behind. Other prominent upcoming titles are King of Fighters 96, Virtua Cop 2, Download, Dukusei 2, Lunar Silver Star Story, Daytona USA, Far East of Eden, The Apocalypse IV, Dragon Knight, Lunar Eternal Blue, Tactics Ogre, Langrisser 2i, and Shining the Holy Ark. Screenshots showcase Dungeons & Dragons Collection, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Langrisser 2i, and Shining the Holy Ark. The article comments on the possibility of unlikely ports happening, and builds excitement for the major game releases expected towards the end of the year. This page presents the Reader's Race Sega Saturn Top Games chart based on votes from readers. It highlights the current top titles and introduces 2 newly reviewed games. The top of the odds table Saturn A's chart for early October has Street Fighter 02 as number 1. Other highly ranked games include Fighting Vipers 2, Knights, Panzer Dragoon Zwei, Sega Rally Championship, and Idol Janshi Tsuchiapai Limited, X-rated. The list continues with games like Layer Section, Virtua Fighter, Virtua Cop, Gungrafon, The Eurasian Conflict, and Vampire Hunter. It seems like action and shooting games are very popular with Saturn owners right now. There are also 2 new arrival, new book introduction game reviews. The first is for Street Fighter 02, praised for its impressive RAM expansion use and overall quality. The reviewer highlights the detailed animation, autosave feature, and various modes, including training, emphasizing its completeness. The second review is for Police Knots. The reviewer describes it as a suspenseful drama, with a mature storyline and engaging gameplay. They mention the blend of adventure game elements with shooting sections, and commend the realistic setting and character interactions. The reviewer enjoyed the deeper story and the sense of immersion. The Sega Saturn Reader's Race, featuring Odds Table Saturn B, highlights popular titles like Virtua Fighter 2 and a diverse mix of genres. Game reviews cover Dark Savior, praised for its graphics and puzzle elements despite story shortcomings. Jikyu Pachisuro Hishuhao 3 receives positive feedback for its realistic pachinko/slot machine simulation. Magic Knight Ray Earth offers accessible basketball gameplay, though lacks depth. Taito Chase HQ Plus SCI delivers enjoyable arcade action despite dated presentation. Night Ruth, an adventure game, focuses on paranormal themes with shifting perspectives, while Chaos Control, a shooting game, is criticized for simplistic gameplay and a high price. This page reviews various SEGA Saturn games and accessories. It features a review of Layer Section, Galactic Attack, highlighting its unique vertical scrolling and strategic gameplay, suggesting it appeals even to non-shooter fans. Another section explores the vertical shooter genre's history, mentioning titles like Space Invaders and Rayforce, and acknowledging its continued relevance. The review also includes a SEGA Saturn peripheral check, evaluating the Real Arcade VF arcade stick. Additional content includes a puzzle game spotlight with story elements, a section on a potential cooking simulation game, and a comprehensive game ranking chart detailing scores for numerous Saturn titles. Finally, a reader opinion piece discusses the game Chaos Control, engaging with player feedback. This page previews upcoming SEGA Saturn games and shares reader opinions. Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 1. Blue Destiny receives praise for its visuals and controls, but some find the content lacking. Real Bout Fatal Fury Special is lauded for its gameplay depth and slinks quality, despite minor sound issues. Sakura Wars, an adventure simulation game, impresses with its story and characters, though some veterans may find it easy. A ranking of SEGA Saturn peripherals is included, with the Virtua Stick Pro at the top, and a new SBOM Joy-Card highlighted. Reader predictions favor Sakura Wars and Guardian Heroes. Finally, a reader participation campaign offers prizes for game reviews, including hardware like power memory cartridges and joysticks, with a grand prize of Saturn hardware and software bundles. This special report covers chapters 3 to 5 of the dramatic adventure game Sakura Wars. Following a successful release, the article details the story's progression, focusing on Maria's departure from the Imperial Theater to Kubu. The narrative is set to intensify with battles against Zogil, Iris, Lenny, Sugata, and Kanan. Screenshots reveal key story moments, including Maria's exit, and introduce characters like Louise Croseri. The troupe faces a crisis as they attempt to rescue Maria, hinting at themes of betrayal, secrets, and a darker tone. The game, a SEGA release, is a 2 candelas set and supports the shuttle mouse. It's priced at 8,800 yen normally and 6,800 yen for a limited edition. This Sakura Wars guide focuses on the Rescue Maria by Overcoming All Difficulties mission. The mission involves navigating a nighttime area filled with standard enemy machines, emphasizing a direct approach rather than meticulous enemy clearing. Players should prioritize reaching Maria directly, not necessarily defeating every enemy. A key strategy is utilizing the cover command with Flower Division members near Maria machines to quickly increase trust/relationship points. Enemy unit profiles include direct attackers, ranged units, including powerful Great Cannon Fuji Samurai, defensive drum cans, and support steam stands. The review also highlights dramatic in-game dialogue, suggesting a trap and a subsequent chase scene, leaving the mission's direction and Maria's fate uncertain. The guide emphasizes the need for a swift rescue and the tension of the unfolding events. This page continues the Sakura Wars guide, focusing on the mysterious ruined house section of the game. It seems to be describing a tense chase scenario where the player needs to rescue Maria. The page highlights dialogue, hinting at a trap and a chase, emphasizing the urgency to rescue Maria. The text mentions that the map is relatively narrow and contains only one enemy type, the Sukaku, Blue Horn, making it seem like an easier battle initially. However, it points out that the Sukaku is capable of 2 movements per turn, meaning they can't be easily outrun. A gameplay tip is given about using 3 bridges as strategic points to corner the enemies and prevent them from escaping downwards. The page also details the unit profile of the Sukaku, listing its stats like durability, attack, defense, movement, and special skills including evade and counterattack. It mentions that the Sukaku prioritizes attack and movement, making it a tricky opponent to deal with directly, advising players to use hit-and-run tactics. Finally, the page showcases victory poses, with screenshots of the characters celebrating victory and dialogue snippets after the battle, emphasizing the close relationship and teamwork within the Imperial Flower Division. The dialogue after the battle features Sakura and other members expressing relief and gratitude towards the commander. The latest Sakura Wars page highlights Iris's boredom and upcoming birthday. After a mission, she's restless while the Imperial Floral Troop works. A suggestion for a date with the commander instantly perks her up. Possible date locations are discussed: Ginza, Asakusa, and Ueno Zoo. The page then depicts snapshots of the date, showing the two at a fountain, shopping, in a photo booth, and at Ueno Park. However, the ending takes a dramatic turn, revealing a destroyed city. The scene is labeled "Great Runaway" and suggests Iris's power is behind the destruction, hinting at her uncontrolled and powerful emotions. This page continues the saga of Iris's bad mood. Apparently she's furious because Commander Ugami messed up a photo studio in Asakusa. She's sulking and ranting that she's done nothing wrong, even after being scolded by Ugami, and has locked herself away in her room. People around are commenting on her tantrum, noting how childish she is, especially as it's her 10th birthday today. But she still feels misunderstood and treated like a kid. The page mentions she even asked for a kiss, but Ugami just scolded her, making her even more upset. Suddenly, things take a dramatic turn as Iris flies off in her kubu towards Asakusa, just as a siren blares, signaling an attack by the Black Demon Group on Asakusa. The Imperial Floral Troop is immediately ordered to sortie to rescue Iris and repel the Black Demon Group. It seems Iris's emotional outburst has inadvertently put her right in the middle of danger, and now she needs rescuing. The mission, Chase the Yellow Kubu, tasks the player with protecting Iris in Asakusa, which is under attack by the Black Demon Group. A key choice dictates whether to prioritize Iris's safety or enemy defeat. Dialogue options, such as, "Rescue Iris. Defeating the enemy is the top priority," quote, with yes or no choices, will impact gameplay. The antagonist, gleefully plotting Asakusa's destruction, forces this dilemma. Furthermore, interactions with Iris via persuade or scold further highlight her emotional state, and the players need to manage it amidst the battle. The overall objective is to protect Iris while vanquishing the Black Demon Group. This page dives deeper into the Asakusa stage and the mission to protect Iris from the Black Demon Group. It's warning players to be careful of the Silverhorn enemy, emphasizing that attacks other than Iris's will be directed towards her. The page details different elements and enemies within the Asakusa stage. First up is the Steam Stand, a familiar element for recovering durability, but it mentions that map chips are more effective for targeted recovery. Then it breaks down enemy types. Foot soldier Batsure are direct attack types. Firearm Batsure use indirect attacks. Large bow Batsure are also indirect attack types, and drum Batsure are considered obstacles and don't pose much of a threat, primarily used to indicate the enemy's approach. Finally, the Silverhorn, Rasetsu, is highlighted as a tough direct attack enemy with high durability, requiring special attention. There's a victory pose section showing artwork of the Sakura Wars team celebrating a win, and a section titled "Iris is Also," showing her in a cute scene with a teddy bear, hinting at her emotional vulnerability and the need to protect her during missions, which links back to the mission objective from the previous page. The page seems to be offering gameplay advice and enemy information to help players navigate the mission successfully while keeping Iris safe. This page continues the focus on the 5th story chapter, titled "Let Flowers Bloom, Maiden's Will in the Land." It delves into the narrative around the deep river dwelling at night, questioning the aims of the Black Demon Group, while highlighting characters like Miroku and Botan. We see screenshots of in-game scenes, including one showcasing mecha enemies, likely the Black Demon Group, and others featuring dialogue between characters like Kana, Sumair, and Maria. There's a section focusing on the underground hangar storage, where Ogami is seen involved in Kubu maintenance, talking about attack, defense, and support types of units, suggesting customization is a gameplay element. The page also describes a special mission briefing from Maria and Officer Mita, tasking two groups with investigating the Black Demon Society at the Deep River Dwelling, and it seems Iris is eager to participate in the mission alongside Kana and Sumire. Overall, this page builds upon the previous page's information, giving more story context, character introductions, and hinting at gameplay mechanics related to mecha customization within what appears to be a strategic RPG. This page continues the adventure in Sakura Wars 2 as the team arrives at the Deep River Dwelling, and it's giving off a strong, ominous vibe, feeling very unsettling and dangerous. Kana and Sumire are featured reacting to the creepy crawlies inside, specifically snakes and spiders, which they really don't like. We get a look at the first and second floor maps of the dwelling, showing it's designed for exploration and item hunting. The page suggests that the upper left and right rooms are the bedrooms, emphasizing item collection and preparation, especially for event scenes. It looks like you'll need to keep your eye out for items like medicine and keys. There's a funny scene where Ogami, Kana, and Sumire are caught in a sewer and attacked by both a snake and a spider at the same time, a double whammy of their fears. Finally, they've found Hilko's holy water, or Drive Keshi as it's called here, hinting at important items to discover within the dwelling to aid in their mission. Big God, Big Pinch details the Deep River Dwelling scenario in Sakura Wars 2. Players face the Red Honeycomb Squad of Brain Samurai after their sewer adventure. The page acts as a strategy guide, outlining enemy types like Foot Soldier Samurai, Big Dipper Samurai, and Steam Rockets. It gives a breakdown of their capabilities to facilitate tactical planning. The Deep River map layout is shown, highlighting enemy positions. Players are advised to prioritize the Whole Nest, Miroku, and be wary of Red Honeycomb Squad Samurai. Steam Rockets, appearing mid-map, should be countered with Sumire and Kana's special moves. The guide also mentions Steam stands for health recovery and destructible cargo containing hidden items, which can be opened using Sumire's machine. Dialogue boxes featuring Sakura and Miroku offer story context. This page prepares players for a challenging battle in this scenario. This page details how to effectively use key configuration in Sakura Wars 2, suggesting players set up shortcut keys for commands to speed up gameplay and reduce menu navigation. It shows a key config screen allowing players to customize button assignments for actions like movement, defense, normal attack, and special attack. There are gameplay screenshots illustrating different combat scenarios, movement, defense, and recovery, featuring the Red Honeycomb Squad, Sumire and Kana, and even a victory pose after battle. The page moves on to discuss the aftermath of the battle with the Red Honeycomb Squad. While they were defeated, Miroku managed to escape. Despite this, gaining Sumire and Kana as allies is highlighted as a significant achievement, acknowledging their combat strength. However, the threat from the Black Devil Society persists, emphasizing the need for continued training and vigilance before the next encounter. Kanjiro Taiga and Maria are shown discussing the Black Devil Society's next move, hinting at an impending larger conflict. Finally, the page previews the next issue, promising more story information about the Black Devil Society's 6 Destruction Starfall Formation ritual and the chaos it will bring to the Imperial City. It also mentions Maria's minigame and the romantic elements within Sakura Wars, focusing on Taihei Sakura's storyline. This page is all about Virtua On for the SEGA Saturn, a massive title being featured. It's a special report at 68% completion, highlighting a rush movie, which sounds like an adrenaline-pumping demo, showcasing the game's action. They're debuting the 2-player versus mode, showing screenshots with both vertical and horizontal split-screen views, which is a big deal. It mentions the release date is set for November 29th, and the price is around 5,800 yen. The article talks about how this demo movie is designed to build player excitement, and they are impressed with the high level of completion. They are also excited to finally reveal gameplay footage of the versus mode, confirming that both vertical and horizontal screen splits are available in the final game. This page is showcasing the Virtua on Saturn version movie demo, which is being revealed for the first time. It's highlighted as an adrenaline-pumping experience with high-end visuals and background music, lasting about 40 seconds. The demo is designed to show off the game's intensity and atmosphere, even if it's just a taste of the full experience. We get to see screenshots of various Virtualoids, such as Temjin, Feyen, Viper, Raiden, and also Belgdor, Dorcas, APHARMD, and Balbaspo. It mentions the game's speed and impact are enhanced with sound effects and music, all crafted to pump up the player for Virtua On. There's a section where Watari Genjiru, the AM3 development producer, talks about the movie content. He mentions that robot game movies tend to be serious and realistic, but they aimed for something different this time, focusing on the tempo and excitement of gameplay. He's excited to show off the high-end moving visuals for the first time in this demo movie, which is titled Operation Moongate, and hopes people will check it out. The next page finally reveals that the Saturn version of Virtua On offers two distinct screen layouts for versus battles. Firstly, there's length mode, which is your standard single-screen view, but it's highlighted as giving you a wider field of vision than the arcade game. Then there's side mode, which is a vertical split screen, making it much easier to keep track of your opponent's movements, especially when they are above or below you. On top of this, the Saturn version also gets a brand new machine select screen, thanks to the work of Dr. Watari and his team, who've utilized the Saturn's 2D capabilities. This new screen is said to be both visually appealing and really easy to use for picking your Virtualoid and stage. Moving on to player feedback, the page checks out both of these versus modes. The reviewer's impressions are that the gameplay feel in both modes is very close to the arcade experience, even when using the standard Saturn controller. They actually prefer side mode because it makes it simpler to keep an eye on the enemy, especially when you're dealing with vertical movement. Dr. Watari himself mentions that the camera and targeting systems work really well in both modes. The general vibe is that both modes are great fun and offer a fantastic way to play Virtua On. This page delves deeper into the control system for the Saturn version of Virtua On, highlighting that there are 5 main control types to choose from, offering flexibility and customization. They break down 5 control schemes, Type A through to Type E, each with a diagram showing button layouts and descriptions. Type A is standard, Type B uses shift buttons, Type C is an evolution of Type A, Type D is designed to feel closer to the arcade version, and Type E uses 4 buttons and levers. They suggest players can even customize controls further in an edit mode to get things just right. The page then compares the visuals in normal mode versus battle mode, showing split-screen comparisons. They note that in battle mode, while the screen is split, both players still get a good view of the action, with the polygon count and models being nearly identical to the standard view. It's also mentioned that stage selection is customizable for versus play, and rules can be tweaked, including handicaps, time limits, and round counts. Finally, the page touches on the question of online versus play, suggesting it's something they are investigating for the final version. It concludes by quoting Watari, who hints that online play might be possible, urging players to look forward to further announcements. This page showcases Virtua On, Operation Moongate for the SEGA Saturn, highlighting the Feyen Virtuoid, really emphasizing how perfectly the unique Feyen machine has been recreated for the Saturn. It mentions that the game retains the fast-paced action of the arcade version. There's a section demonstrating a hand beam to sword combo, showing how smoothly you can transition between attacks. Further down, they're giving us a first look at some of the stages, except for the boss battle stages, showing Space Dock, Moonbase, and Death Trap. These are described as being designed as polygon-based environments to really show off the Saturn's capabilities. The reviewer seems impressed, noting the detailed stage backgrounds and the sense of speed achieved on the Saturn, even comparing it favorably to the arcade version in terms of visuals. This page highlights the HBV05 EVR Raiden in the SEGA Saturn version of Virtua On, emphasizing its maximum power. Raiden is touted as the strongest Virtua Horoid, with a powerful shoulder-mounted laser projector and its destructive arcade power faithfully recreated. The controller is designed to convey the machine's weight. The page details the crouching laser attack, a versatile move for both offense and defense. Exclusive Saturn features include ranking mode, which assesses player skills, and replay mode, allowing battles against Fighting Vipers data. The development update states the game is 68% complete, targeting 70% before its November 29th release. The team is refining the game, with Dr. Watari noting the laser effects need final touches, but the core elements are complete, and they are striving for a polished arcade recreation. This page delves into Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 02, The Blue Destiny, a dramatic shooting game from Bandai for the SEGA Saturn. It seems to be a special report, highlighting this Gundam title as a sequel. The game is priced at 4,800 yen, is for one player, and supports twin-stick control. The text mentions that those who played the first volume are eager for the continuation, and this second volume, The Inheritors of the Blue Destiny, will delve into the core story, featuring new Xeon mobile suits and Yu Kojima's rival. System enhancements are also promised. The page provides background story details, setting it in UC.0079, the One-Year War. It describes Yu Kojima as the protagonist, an ace pilot who has fought many battles and is now a test pilot. Philip Hughes is described as a cheerful mood maker within the squadron, a skilled mobile suit mechanic, and pilot himself. Samana Foulis is another pilot alongside Yu and Philip, described as serious and reliable, a good partner to Philip. The bottom section describes the game's story, mentioning Yu Kojima encountering Xeon Ms during a mission and facing a tough fight, leading to a destined encounter and new comms appearing before them. The game seems to focus on the collection of combat data of new mobile suits, with Yu Kojima's squadron being a test unit for this purpose, using GM units. This page spotlights Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 02, The Blue Destiny, and dives into Mission 21 called Docking Operation. The mission briefing reveals that Jung's squadron is tasked with protecting a Medea transport ship under attack and securing its cargo. There's a hint of mystery, as the orders given to you seem a bit suspicious, suggesting a deeper plot unfolding. We get introduced to two more characters, Morin Kitamura, the bright and cheerful operator, and Alf Kimura, the engineer with expertise in cargo recovery, both playing key roles in this mission. The gameplay screenshots showcase the cockpit view and the mission objective of protecting the Medea transport. The page also highlights exciting new gameplay mechanics, especially focused on melee combat with beam sabers. They are showing off new attack animations and cockpit perspectives when using the beam saber, emphasizing the visual improvements and satisfaction of using these attacks. The focus shifts to close-quarters combat and the improved mobility of the GM units. Apparently, in this mission, the standard rifles are replaced by more powerful V-bazookas for increased destruction. The page uses a sequence of images to demonstrate a new beam saber technique, where a Zaku is ambushed from behind, struck with a saber, and then finished off with another saber blow as it falls, really showcasing the enhanced combat and animations in this sequel. This page continues the preview of Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 02, The Blue Destiny, and emphasizes how your skills will be put to the test in the upcoming battles. The page highlights the dynamic and ever-changing battle situations players will face. It showcases new features like the radar display, now enhanced to show enemy units in blue, allied units in red, and friendly units in green. The map display has also been revamped, offering clearer visuals from a zoomed-out perspective, showing water features and overall terrain for better situational awareness. The article then dives into the improved and more varied attack options, especially highlighting the powerful melee combat using large weapons. The focus is on intense close-quarters battles. We see the Heat Hawk in action, and the introduction of a Zaku cannon unit. There's a section that continues showcasing new combat animations in a sequence of images, building on the previous page's focus on enhanced motion. This Part 2 section shows a Zaku unit being attacked with a Heat Hawk, demonstrating the close combat action and variety of moves now available. The reviewer seems impressed by the depth and visual improvements of the melee combat in Blue Destiny 2. This page introduces the Ifrit, described as a sudden blue assassin and a formidable foe in Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 02, The Blue Destiny. The Ifrit, model number MSN08TX, is highlighted as a mobile suit that evolved from the Zaku and Dom series, designed for close combat and armed with its signature heat saber and homing missiles. The page emphasizes the Ifrit's speed and agility, making it a dangerous opponent, especially in melee. It mentions that even with high reaction speeds, enemy pilots will find it difficult to evade the Ifrit's attacks. The screenshots showcase the Ifrit in action, aggressively using its heat saber in close-quarters combat. We are also introduced to Nimbus Sterzen, the dedicated pilot of the Ifrit. He is described as an elite soldier, utterly loyal to his orders and Zion's ideals, with a personality that's unforgiving towards betrayal. The next section suggests that Nimbus and the Ifrit are special assignments, implying a storyline focus on these characters in upcoming missions. The page continues to build anticipation for the intense combat and new challenges players will face in Blue Destiny 2. Sunrise's Mr. Inoue Koichi discusses the Mobile Suit Gundam side story games, focusing on their unique approach to the one-year war setting. The series, born from Bandai's desire to differentiate from existing Gundam games, allowed exploration of side stories. 08 THMS Team was a key example. Inu addresses the challenges of adapting elements like Blue Destiny and its exam system, considering technological limitations in the timeline. He highlights the importance of balancing game mechanics with the source material. Managing feedback on the drama and direction, the games aim to provide a fresh experience for Gundam fans within the Universal Century timeline, featuring new battles, character customization, and adjusted designs, while remaining faithful to the lore. This page features Mr. Inoue Koichi from Sunrise, continuing his discussion about the Mobile Suit Gundam side story games. He talks about capturing the feeling of piloting a mobile suit, which he believes they achieved in the games, especially with the perspective from inside the cockpit. He mentions that even in easy mode, players found it fun, emphasizing the core desire to pilot a mobile suit. He notes the challenge of balancing game depth with accessibility, especially for those unfamiliar with flight simulators, aiming to please both hardcore fans and casual players. Mr. Inoue also touches upon the visual presentation, stating that while they aimed for realistic anime-style graphics, they sometimes had to prioritize gameplay and ensure a smooth experience. He reflects on the evolution of Gundam over 17 years since the original anime in 1979, acknowledging the advancements in computer graphics that now allow for higher quality games. He believes that Gundam games will continue to evolve and become even more immersive as technology advances. The page also includes a smaller profile of Inoue Koichi, identifying him as the manager of the DID promotion room at Sunrise, and highlights his involvement in various Gundam anime series like ZMSV, Sentinel, Blue Destiny, and Gundam, the 08 THM's Team. Visually, we see an image of the Mobile Suit Gundam, the Movie Master grade game box, and a picture of Gundam models, including the RX-782 Gundam and Zaku, showcasing the mecha aspect of the franchise. This page is all about Virtua Cop 2. It's a special report announcing the game, and it's already 80% complete, focusing on Stage 3 of development. We get to see some cool in-game screenshots, including a train level with intense battles against enemies, and it looks graphically impressive. There's a section with developer interviews, asking about the current development status and the progress of the in-game movies. They mention they are in the final stages of polishing, and about 85% complete overall. They're working on flying boats and other elements using tools. Regarding the movies, they're being created alongside the game, and are about 30% done. The content aims to be a bit different from the previous game, more like a digest of the whole game in 12 minutes. They're aiming for a renewed feel with this sequel, and the developer from AM2 Research Department, Sadayuki Sumi, is really excited about the progress and focusing on polishing everything up. They highlight the new elements being added and are looking forward to players checking it all out. It sounds like they're putting a lot of effort into making this a great sequel. This report on Virtua Cop 2 focuses on the train stage, highlighting its dynamic gameplay. The stage transitions from outdoor battles to indoor fights, and even underground and rooftop encounters. Action-packed screenshots showcase train carriage combat, tunnel sections, and rooftop fights. In-game items and stage names like Saturn Station are mentioned. Developer insights are provided through Q&A. Branching routes are being considered for added depth. A calculation mode, potentially a scoring system, is planned but may be affected by time constraints. The release date is still being finalized, but it is anticipated to be soon. The next issue promises more information on original game modes. This special report previews the upcoming interactive movie game, Enemy Zero, slated for a December release on 4 discs for 6,800 yen. The report features an interview with a developer, discussing the game's design and music production involving Michael Nyman. They are meticulously crafting the dialogue to immerse players in the world, aiming for emotional impact through the narrative and integration with gameplay. The interview covers the development team's intense schedule, minigame integration, and comparisons to games like D, Knights, Biohazard, and Mario. The developer aims to balance excitement and seriousness, and leverage limited resources creatively. They are particularly focused on the grabbing and surprising aspects of the dialogue. The goal is to create a game with a strong story, gameplay, and cinematic feel, encouraging players to experience it even if they don't purchase it. The SEGA Saturn is lauded for its superior movie capabilities. particularly its handling of full-motion video. While anticipation builds for games like D and Enemy Zero, the article highlights tour motion as a key technical advantage, offering excellent image quality and efficient data compression compared to the PlayStation's JPEG. Tour motion allows for high-quality video on fewer creeds. The article also announces a music production event for Enemy Zero, featuring composer Michael Nyman. Organized by Warp, the event centered around the game's soundtrack and showcased the collaborative process between Ino Kenji and Nyman, resulting in interactive and engaging music creation. The press event, which included a photo of both, impressed the editorial staff. This special report reveals screenshots of the upcoming SEGA Saturn version of Samurai Shodown 2-1, Blades of Blood, nearing 70% completion. The Saturn version will boast original gameplay elements impacting attack power and will be bundled with expansion RAM. The report briefly covers the series' history, including the original Samurai Shodown and Samurai Shodown 2, which featured a demon theme and a final boss fight. The story of 2 centers on a cursed sword, disappearances, and a rampaging demon. The Saturn version introduces unique systems, including Shura and Rashomon fighting styles. Players can select levels with varying difficulty, weapon-flipping special moves, rage gauge max attacks, and a gauge system to boost damage are highlighted. Guard-breaking attacks and evasion techniques, Mikiri and Roundabout, are also detailed. The page generates anticipation for the Saturn release by showcasing new features and refined gameplay. This page showcases a feature titled 12 Samurai Swordsmen Gather Here, focusing on characters from the Samurai Shodown series. It highlights 3 characters in detail with their backstories, fighting styles, and in-game screenshots. First up is Kuroko Carrick, a young boy on a journey to find his past. He's a new character who utilizes an umbrella in combat, offering both Shura and Rashomon fighting styles, similar to other characters in the game. His fighting style is described as versatile, effective both on the ground and in the air. Next is Rimururu, Nakoru's younger sister and an ice maiden. She is described as a character who excels in using ice-based attacks, wielding the power of the ice spirit. Her fighting style is visually striking, and she is considered a speed-focused character. Finally, we have Basara, the revived revenge demon. He's driven by vengeance for the death of his lover, and is on a quest to hunt down the demon. Basara uses unique weapons, resembling large shurikens, and his fighting style is described as visually impactful and sinister. The page mentions his special move, Head-Severing Break Sandal, as a visually impressive and essential technique. The page effectively introduces these characters, emphasizing their unique attributes and fighting styles within the Samurai Shodown world. This feature from 12 Samurai Swordsmen Gather Here introduces 5 characters from Samurai Shodown. Hanzo Hattori, a ninja, hunts a possibly misunderstood demon. Genjuro Kibagami, a lone swordsman, seeks vengeance and power against the same entity. Tam Tam, the nature-loving warrior, protects the environment. Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, the villain, desires godhood and a demonic age. Nakoru, with her animal companions, defends nature's harmony. The game's core mechanics remain consistent with true samurai spirits, but the new characters and moves add fresh variety. This page introduces several characters from Samurai Shodown. Galford, the American ninja, fights for justice with his dog Poppy, utilizing true samurai spirits techniques. Kenjuro Kibagami seeks beauty in combat, viewing a demon as his audience. Kyoshiro Senryo, the kabuki-inspired swordsman, encounters the demon due to his illness. Ukyo Tachibana, a skilled aerial combatant, encounters the demon in the sky. And Jubei Yagyu is Haomaru's rival. All use true samurai spirits-based fighting styles. The page also announces an illustration contest, based on King of Fighters 95 with prizes, and a November 30th deadline. A SEGA Saturn campaign offers console and game prizes through a postcard survey for Ken Kuronaro Musamaraiken. This page introduces Hyperduel, a new horizontal scrolling shooting game from Technosoft, the creators of Thunder Force. This game is a Saturn port of an arcade title released 2 years prior, but it's more than just a simple port, boasting new opening movie sequences and various power-up systems. The game emphasizes a unique turn original mode, allowing for detailed option settings and improved operability. Players can choose from 3 distinct types of aircraft, each with unique characteristics, and must strategically use weapons and power-ups to progress. The gameplay includes complex scoring systems and intense boss battles, aiming to deliver a heated shooting game experience. The page highlights two game modes, Arcade and Original. The arcade mode appears to be a faithful recreation of the original arcade version. The original mode is described as a completely ported arcade version, with added arrange mode and graphic upgrades. The screenshots showcase intense shooting action with explosions and robotic enemies. The Blast Wind section seems to describe the game setting a world in ruins after a global nuclear war. Survivors in shelters, known as NOAA, are forced to return to the surface, seeking a way to survive in the devastated landscape. They develop a unique culture, believing in a prophecy of a super warrior Kyomu and the wild wind. This page continues with more details about Hyperduel, and also introduces another game called Blast Wind. Hyperduel is described as a hyperduel because of the intense battles against mechanical enemies. It mentions the game went through rigorous testing and development by scientists and even terrorists. Ultimately, 3 Buster Gear units were launched. The page highlights the Buster Gear mech's ability to switch between 2 forms, Fighter and Armor. In Fighter form, you have standard shots, while Armor form uses powerful beam rifles and missiles. Both forms can utilize a bomber shot, which seems to be a powerful bomb attack, using option units that rotate around the mech. Another interesting feature mentioned is the branching stage system. During gameplay, you'll encounter switches or blocks that let you choose between 2 different routes, adding replayability. Then the page introduces Blast Wind as a sequel to a previous title, Brave Wind. This game is described as an intense scrolling shooter for Saturn, and emphasizes its quality. It features 2-player mode and item-based power-ups. Weapons include shots and bombs, and a special shield ball item is mentioned as being crucial for both offense and defense. The bottom right corner details Blast Wind will be priced at 5,800 yen and is scheduled for release in December, supporting 2-player play and is recommended for all ages. In an interview with Technosoft, Shinzai from the second development department discusses their approach to shooting games. They prioritize the thrill of destruction and creating an immersive experience through visuals, sound, and responsive controls. The interview highlights 2 new titles, Hyperduel and Blast Wind. Hyperduel emphasizes intense mech battles with strategic gameplay and diverse Buster Gear. Blast Wind, a scrolling shooter for Saturn, features 2-player mode and item-based power-ups. Technosoft's history, especially the Thunder Force series, is mentioned as a foundation. They've adapted across platforms while maintaining the core shooting game experience. Player feedback is crucial, influencing the development of Hyperduel and Blast Wind. Looking ahead, Technosoft aims to create shooting games that meet player expectations, explore different genres, and consider player requests. The interview concludes with release dates for various Technosoft shooting games and screenshots showcasing the gameplay. This SEGA Saturn press page highlights new and upcoming game releases. Visuals include bunny girls with stylized missiles. New release title features a variety of genres. Fighting, Super Puzzle Fighter 2X. Racing, Zero Yan Champ Doozy Typer. Sports, World Series Baseball, NHL Powerplay 96, NFL Quarterback Club 97. Strategy, Suikoden. Action, Last Bronx, Space Invaders, and others like Iron Man and Exo Manowar in heavy metal, and a Mahjong title. Coming soon soft includes puzzle games, Jewels of Oracle, shooters, Sexy Parodius, baseball, World Series Baseball 2, and titles like Zookeeper, Eternal Melody, Discworld, and Sengoku Blade. Sengoku Ace, Episode 2. Several Japanese exclusive titles, including various Mahjong games, are also listed. The page offers a snapshot of the SEGA Saturn's diverse game library. This page is showcasing 2 new titles for the SEGA Saturn. The top half is dedicated to Super Puzzle Fighter 2X, a puzzle game from Capcom featuring their popular characters in puzzle battles. It highlights the super combo finish, 8 playable characters, and different game modes like arcade, versus, and a Saturn-exclusive story puzzle mode. The screenshots show the character selection screen, in-game puzzle action, and item selection screens, emphasizing the gem-matching gameplay and special moves. The bottom half introduces Crazy Ivan, a 3D robot shooting game by Psygnosis. Players take on the role of a soldier, piloting the Crazy Ivan robot across 5 stages, set in Russia, China, France, America, and Japan. The game focuses on destroying enemy robots and bases in a 3D environment. Screenshots show tank-like enemies, targeting reticles, in-game HUD elements, and a large robot in action. It mentions boss battles and strategic gameplay using missiles and beam cannons.
The game is described as a full-fledged robot action title worth checking out.
This page showcases 3 new games. First up is Zero Yon Champ Doozy J Typer, a racing and RPG hybrid game where you aim to become the Zero Yon champions. It's described as the latest in the Doozy series, with 8 female partners to choose from. Apparently, romance is a possibility with some characters, leading to over 50 different endings in this multi-ending adventure. The screenshots show in-game dialogue and racing scenes, highlighting the blend of racing and relationship building with your partner. Next is Night Ruth Maria, an adventure game set to be released in '96. It's a mystery focused on unexplained events in Europe, specifically the heroin dancing Maria incident in England. The game seems to feature a sci mystery story, with numerous events and branching paths. The images show anime-style characters and suggest a focus on narrative and character interaction. Lastly, Prattle Disc Volume 5 Data Edition Race Queen F is introduced as a digital photo collection of race queens. It boasts high-quality MPEG-level movie motion and includes bonus features like standby screens and morning call functionality. It's presented as a high-quality digital release, perfect for enjoying race queen visuals. The screenshots feature Japanese race queens in swimwear, emphasizing the visual content of this digital release. This page features 2 big sports titles hitting the Sega Saturn. First up is 3D Baseball The Majors, boasting a massive roster of 700 Major League players, all rendered in full 3D polygons. The game emphasizes realism, with motion capture bringing the player movements to life, and smooth camera work to give that authentic broadcast feel. Screenshots showcase the in-game action, player lineups, and even a general manager mode where you can tinker with schedules and team setups. The reviewer seems impressed, recommending playing on a big screen to really appreciate the 3D graphics. Next we have NHL Powerplay 96, an ice hockey game with the official NHL license. This one also focuses on realistic player movements, thanks to motion capture and dynamic camera angles that zoom in on the action. You get your usual exhibition, season, and playoff modes, and you can even play with up to 6 people. Screenshots show off the team selection screen with logos like Pittsburgh and Detroit, and menus detailing attacking and defensive play options. The reviewer highlights the realistic puck control and the impactful zoom during intense moments. Both games seem to be aiming for that realistic sports simulation experience on the Saturn.
The next page dives into 2 strategy simulation games. First up is Taiko Rishiden 2, a historical simulation where you start as a low-ranking retainer under Nobunaga Oda and aim to rise through the ranks. You'll experience life as Hideyoshi Toyotomi, building your reputation through fulfilling orders and eventually aiming to become a lord of a castle, or even unify the country. The game features strategic elements, with battle scenes shown, and character interactions. The reviewer highlights the depth of gameplay and the progression system as key features. Next is Suikoden Tenmei no Chikai, a strategy simulation game based on the classic Chinese novel Water Margin. This game is set in 12th century Northern Song Dynasty and focuses on gathering 108 heroes to overthrow tyranny and build a righteous nation. You select one of 10 heroes and recruit allies, develop your territory, and engage in strategic battles. The reviewer points out the large number of characters, the strategic depth, and the different scenarios leading to unique endings as selling points. This page showcases 2 games, kicking off with Tenju Sajin, an adventure game from Cliphouse. This one's a mature mystery title, where you play a detective to solving a murder case alongside a female partner. It's packed with real photo visuals and movie scenes, promising a branching narrative based on your choices, much like a Kenedaichi mystery story. The reviewer seems intrigued by the mature themes and the investigative gameplay. Following that is Space Invaders from Taito. This is a Saturn revival of the arcade classic, promising to bring back that social gaming boom. They've kept the simple, addictive gameplay of shooting invaders, but added a new 2-player versus mode. This mode introduces arranged invaders, and clearing a line sends invaders to your opponent's screen. They've even got special invaders, with effects like clearing lines, dropping items, or messing with both players. Plus, you can customize the background with cellophane or picture options. The reviewer is clearly feeling the nostalgia
and highlights the appeal of the new competitive mode. This page features 2 exciting games, both scoring an impressive 95.
First up is NFL Quarterback Club 97 from Acclaim Japan.
It's all about American football, letting you play with real NFL players and even trade them to build your ultimate dream team. They've really gone deep on the formations, boasting a massive 430 different playstyles. You can even bring in your friends, as it supports up to 12 players with a multitap for some serious multiplayer action. The reviewer seems impressed with the depth and multiplayer capabilities. Right below that is Iron Man XO Manowar in Heavy Metal, also from Acclaim Japan. This one throws you into the world of Marvel Comics, where you control Iron Man and XO Manowar to stop a villainous organization from destroying the world with the Cosmic Cube. Expect 7 missions across 20 stages of side-scrolling cyberpunk action, with impressive 3D rendering. The reviewer highlights the powerful special weapons and the intense action gameplay. It sounds like a must-play for comic book fans looking for some side-scrolling action. This page details SEGA Saturn software and peripherals. Shanghai Great Moments is a puzzle game with beautiful visuals, music, and humorous video clips. It features voice commentary, diverse tile designs, including Mona Lisa, fulfilling options, and 2-player battles. Bradle Disc Special Edition Cosplayers is a CD-ROM of cosplay photos with photos, Truemotion movies, and minigames. Aquazone for SEGA Saturn is an option disc series for a fish breeding simulation, offering new fish, plants, and accessories. Volumes 1 to 5 released November 22nd. Lastly, the new Work Hard information section announces the SEGA Saturn word processor set, releasing November 22nd for 29,800 yen, including e.g. Word software, clip art, and support for color printers, keyboards, and gamepad input. The keyboard and floppy disk drive are sold separately. This page is all about the SEGA Saturn puzzle adventure game, Jewels of the Oracle, or Oracle No House as it's known in Japan. The article poses the question of whether this ordeal will cultivate deep wisdom. It's being compared to Myst and described as a dream-seeing puzzle adventure. They highlight that unlike some other puzzle games, this one isn't just a collection of brain teasers, but a fully formed adventure game experience. There are 6 main themes or mansions in the game, and within each mansion are 4 different puzzle types, making for 24 types of puzzles in total. The 6 mansion themes are Tantrum Mansion, which features arrangement puzzles, Mold Mansion, focused on pipe puzzles, Kazara Mansion with calculation puzzles, Kurita Mansion, using compass puzzles, Pawara Mansion, which has bird maze puzzles, and finally, Sastrum Mansion, featuring physics-based puzzles. The page also emphasizes the adventure-style cinematic presentation, showing screenshots of exploring the game's environments and interacting with puzzle boxes. The reviewer mentions that you navigate using directional buttons through ancient ruins and building interiors, with all movement scenes being pre-rendered CG, creating a sense of immersion like a dream-seeing mansion. They also point out there are no time limits, encouraging players to get deeply immersed and enjoy puzzle solving at their own pace. The game had a perfect 100% completion rating from the developer at the time of writing, and was released on October 18th, priced at 5,980 yen. It's a single-player puzzle adventure. Sexy Parodius is a shooting game where a space wanderer returns home to find it overrun by octopuses and considers starting a detective agency. The game promises accessibility for all skill levels, boasting a 100% completion rate and offering special stages. Released at 4,800 yen on November 1st, it supports 2-player simultaneous play. The game features 8 playable characters, each with unique power-ups, separated for 1P and 2P sides. While using the same engine as Fantastic Parodius, it focuses on originality and character backstories. Notable characters include Vic Viper, Twin Bee, and Iwan Toby. Gameplay elements include the invincible Alexander and the disappearance of Takosuke, adding to the game's humor. A pervert fan enemy pursuing female characters highlights the game's comedic and slightly risque tone. Sexy Parodius introduces diverse characters and gameplay mechanics. Hikaru and Akane, bunny twins, utilize carrot rocket bombs, and Maiko, fish characters, employ laser shots. Michael and Gabriel, angels, use wave lasers, with a humorous gender ambiguity. Koitsu and Aitsu, stick figures, reflect shots. Options like red and blue blobs feature thundercross attacks, evolving with power-ups,
and have a rivalry with options. Two-player love-love attacks create sparkling effects for same-gender pairings. Guest character, Shooting Star/Black Viper, from another Konami game is introduced. The game embraces a lighthearted tone, despite the suggestive title, addressing developers' initial concerns about its content. This page highlights the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Feng Shui Master. It features an interview with Hiroshi Aramata, who is credited as the game's supervisor. The interview delves into the game's development, particularly focusing on how Feng Shui principles are integrated. Aramata explains that the game aims to represent the good condition of Feng Shui, and how it's being translated into game mechanics. He mentions the difficulty of representing abstract Feng Shui concepts in a game format, comparing it to fashion and design, and using the example of Gotham City from Batman as an extreme negative example of bad Feng Shui to illustrate the concept. The page also includes an explanation of yin-yang and the 5 elements, which are core concepts in Feng Shui. It describes them as the origins of Feng Shui, and explains the 5-element correlation diagram, showing the relationships between wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, emphasizing their interconnectedness and influence on each other. A screenshot of the game is visible, which seems to illustrate the Feng Shui concepts in action, showing in-game elements and measurements. The game, Feng Shui Master, emphasizes creating a peaceful and natural environment based on Feng Shui principles. Interviewee Hiroshi Aramata explains how buildings face south for sunlight, and the game incorporates interior Feng Shui for room arrangement. The goal is to evoke everyday tranquility, such as waking up to a pleasant breakfast, rather than focusing on combat. The game also utilizes yin and yang, and the 5 elements, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, to form its core mechanics. These elements interact based on their relationships, influencing gameplay. The game's TV commercial, featuring people in leotards representing the 5 elements, suggests a lighthearted approach. Ultimately, the game aims to teach players about good relationships and environments through the application of Feng Shui, encouraging experimentation and enjoyment. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn game Shell Shock, Just Keepin' the Peace, pitching it as a funky and refreshing take on war-themed shooting games. It emphasizes that it's not just about mindless shooting, but involves strategic mission completion and upgrading your tank's weaponry and armor. The game aims for a unique style, featuring hip-hop music and an army-like atmosphere, distinguishing it from typical war games. Screenshots give a glimpse of tank battles in desert-like settings. We're introduced to the tank crew, Dolden's armored division, with codenames like Dog Tag, who appears to be the leader, 911 as a pilot, Earshot handling communications, Rotor as the driver, Props as the mechanic, and the man focusing on intelligence. The game is slated for release on October 25th, priced at 5,800 yen, and is being brought to us by EAV and Core Design. The overall impression is one of excitement, highlighting the game's unique and stylish approach to tank combat. This page dives into the SEGA Saturn game, M13 Predator, highlighting it as an intense experience right from the get-go. Starting from your base. Before missions, you'll be walking around the hangar, chatting with your crew, and getting ready. It even suggests you can jump straight into action or practice in the simulation room first, recommending a couple of practice runs for newcomers. The page emphasizes listening carefully to mission briefings in the briefing room. Missions will vary, from wiping out enemies to rescuing people or completing objectives within a time limit. We see screenshots showing 4 mission types: eliminating enemy forces, stopping enemy invasion, rescuing hostages, and destroying a drug organization. The text mentions that missions will be between 1 and 4 stages, offering a good sense of tension and accomplishment. It also gives combat tips, like using satellite views to attack while flanking, and using range to your advantage for direct shots. It seems like the game encourages strategic thinking and understanding of the battlefield. The reviewer seems impressed, stating that once you grasp the basics and learn the enjoyable combat, you can then develop your own fighting style. The game is described as having a core design that's appealing, especially for 3D shooting game fans, and mentions that the music and CG are also impressive. This page is an introduction to the SEGA Saturn title, Tell You, officially subtitled, Diary from Dear My Friend, a Doki Doki Exchange Diary simulation. The article proudly announces it's 80% complete and gives a release date of December 20th, priced at 5,800 yen. It outlines the basic gameplay loop, which starts with creating your player profile, including name,
birthday, and blood type. Then you answer a series of psychological questions from Sakaki-san to determine your personality parameters. These answers will also decide who becomes your diary exchange partner. The page introduces 3 potential diary exchange partners: Musashino Kaori, Kamiya Yoshimi, and Hada Miyuki. For Musashino Kaori, the exchange diary theme is about childhood friends.
For Kamiya Yoshimi, it's about a girl in the neighborhood with a lively tone. And for Hada Miyuki, it's with a polite upperclassman from school. The reviewer notes that the diary entries for each girl will reflect their personality and the relationship dynamic, ranging from friendly and casual to more formal. It highlights that your diary partner is decided through gameplay and that choosing your responses in the question phase is important.
Tell you, Diary from Dear My Friend is a Sega Saturn game where players navigate 85 days of school life from October 1st to December 24th. The goal is to build relationships with girls through diary exchanges and daily activities. Players attend classes, participate in after-school activities like studying, sports, working part-time, shopping, or resting. School events and dates with the chosen girl offer choices affecting the protagonist's stats. Diary exchanges occur on Mondays and Thursdays, with players selecting one of 4 responses.
The girl's reaction varies based on the chosen reply.
After diary exchanges, dates at places like parks or karaoke become possible. The game introduces 2 supporting characters: Sugamo Noriko, a cheerful occult enthusiast, and Tatsumi Maya, a confident swimmer. They become involved through information gathered during daily activities. World Series Baseball 2 for the Sega Saturn, launching October 25th, promises a realistic baseball experience. The game boasts 5 main modes: exhibition, pennant race, playoffs, database, and options, with additional modes accessible within. World Series Baseball 2 aims to capture the atmosphere of a real game with fan cheers, organ music, and national anthems. Exhibition offers quick games, including CPU versus CPU matches. Pennant Race allows players to compete in a season with customizable game lengths and features like rain delays and roster management. The game also revives Greatest 996 with 898 players and 28 polygon stadiums. It highlights realistic batting and pitching, unique music, and team editing. The game is priced at 5,800 yen and is aimed at players of all ages. This page continues detailing World Series Baseball 2 for the Sega Saturn, emphasizing its various game modes and features. It highlights the playoff mode, where up to 4 players can compete in a tournament format with teams from both leagues aiming for the top. The All-Star Game mode allows players to experience a dream match between American and National League All-Star representatives, showcasing top players' skills. For those wanting pure power hitting, the Home Run Derby mode is featured, where players compete based on home runs and distance within a set number of swings, supporting up to 4 players. The page also boasts about the game's extensive database, including team editing. This database incorporates player stats from the 95 season, which can be edited, and it includes features from Greatest 996, allowing keyword searches for player characteristics. Team editing enables the inclusion of new teams from the 98 season, specifically mentioning the Diamondbacks and Devil Rays. Finally, the viewpoint selection is showcased, offering 5 camera angles during gameplay: low, middle, high, and 2 random options. It explains that holding the R button during defense allows switching between these camera angles dynamically, which is named Active View. This page is an advertisement for Gyuanbura Jikochuha Tokyo Mahjongland, a mahjong game for the Sega Saturn. It's highlighted as a coming soon soft, with a 100% completion rate, set for release on October 18th, and priced at 6,800 yen. The reviewer's comment suggests the game is made with love and is enjoyable even for those not skilled at mahjong. The page introduces the game's Date Mahjong Anniversary mode, described as a challenging original mode where you aim to win a girl's heart within Tokyo Mahjongland. It breaks down the dating process into 3 steps: confirming the rules, choosing your character, and deciding on the girl you want to date. Screenshots showcase in-game scenes and character interactions, including a character named Mimi. The text emphasizes the strategic element of the game, suggesting players need to carefully read their opponents and play strategically to succeed in dating. This page delves deeper into Gyuanbura Jikochuha Tokyo Mahjongland and showcases the different themed areas within Tokyo Mahjongland that serve as date locations. It seems the game world is divided into zones like Tenpin World, Ryanpin World, Tengo World, and Info World, each offering unique attractions and dating experiences. 10-Pin World is described as having 4 attractions with strong opponents, suggesting a challenging area. Ryan Jeppin World features 5 attractions and is highlighted as suitable for dates, even mentioning a peculiar octopus character. Tango World, with its 4 attractions, is presented as a place inhabited by unique individuals, where phone booths are key for communication with potential dates. Finally, in Jayful World, also with 5 attractions, is recommended for beginners and features places like restaurants, making it a relaxing date spot. The page also gives a glimpse into the dating process itself. It shows a scenario starting at the Marjan Land exit, moving to a French restaurant for dinner, and ultimately leading to a happy end. The text indicates that successfully navigating dates in Marjan Land will lead to a deeper connection, signifying a progression beyond just casual dating. This page introduces Puzzle and Action, Pachyo-kun 3, or Pupun Paradise, as it's also known here, for the Sega Saturn. The magazine highlights it as a balance-adjusted version of a previous title, and positions it as a simulation game, though not overly complex, requiring strategic command use. It mentions that a single play session should take around 30 to 60 minutes. The page then introduces 5 teenage goddesses who are central to the game. These are Karna, associated with fire and known for high-handedness; Tia, linked to wind, depicted as reliable; Elsie, aligned with light, described as enigmatic; Ciel, associated with darkness, portrayed as cool and aloof; and Amy, connected to water, characterized as gentle and kind. Each goddess has unique abilities, such as Karna using fire magic, Tia employing wind magic, Elsie using light magic, Ciel with dark magic, and Amy with water magic. The screenshots show puzzle gameplay with action elements and interfaces, giving a taste of what to expect. The article suggests that depending on the goddess and Pachyo combination chosen, the gameplay style and strategy will change, offering variety and replayability within shorter play sessions. Wagama Zakari no Papstachi, a coming soon soft title, is a game where you manage selfish creatures called paps. Players control 5 pap types: Momon, stamina power; Nomi, speed balance; Manbu, item collection; Cooler, defense recovery; and Corn, offense defense. You'll issue 7 commands, including praise, scold, and miracle. You'll also manage pap stats like friendliness and stamina to improve job performance. These jobs include nuisance character retreat, special item collection, and challenges with unique rules, such as goddess battles. The game appears to be a strategy or raising sim style game, featuring a mix of missions and character management. Zoop, a coming soon soft action puzzle game, is designed for easy pick-up-and-play fun. Players control a craft within a 4x4 area, shooting blocks of matching colors to erase them. The goal is to clear blocks while avoiding the encroaching enemy blocks. Gameplay features include scoring based on block erasure, combos, and simultaneous eliminations. Players advance by clearing a set number of blocks, remaining norm. Items offer advantages like the spring, 3x3 block removal; line, horizontal line removal; and color, same color block removal. 2 game modes are available. Zoop A emphasizes high scores with aggressive clearing and chain reactions, and Zoop B provides a relaxed, level-based experience focused on consistent play. The game is described as catchy, colorful, and highly addictive, perfect for quick play sessions. This page is advertising Eternal Melody, which seems to be a new RPG or simulation game coming to Sega Saturn. The page is vibrant and colorful, showcasing various anime-style characters and in-game screenshots. It seems to be a game focused on character interaction and relationship building. The page highlights that it's a raising simulation RPG, where you can befriend and adventure with beautiful girls. The game mechanics involve exploring towns, meeting girls, and choosing 3 companions for adventures. Personality and abilities are key factors when choosing companions, and apparently, looks also matter. One section discusses weak points, which are turned into special skills. It seems that characters have stat windows, and there's some form of stat management or improvement during gameplay, possibly linked to schedules or activities. Another section talks about trouble resolution,
suggesting there's a social simulation aspect where you can interact with companions in towns and fields, deepening friendships through activities like part-time jobs and meetings. The game seems to involve dates and part-time jobs, impacting character stats and relationships. The page ends by mentioning that the main character, who is presumably male, is seeking treasure. There are dungeon exploration elements using a roulette-style party battle system. You aim to reach the goal and win, navigating dangerous direct routes and traps. Items called magic treasures also seem to be a core part of the gameplay. This page is about Mahjong Tournament 2 Special from G Soon Soft, and it seems to be fully complete and ready for release. The page emphasizes that if you consider yourself good at Mahjong, this is a game for you. It mentions the thrill of aiming to win the tournament and accumulating prize money. The game features two main modes to aim for the top prize. One mode is tournament mode, where the goal is to advance to the finals and win big prize money. It warns that you need to win to progress, and saving your game is crucial if you want to reach the top. There's also a ranking system for prize money. The other mode is Mahjong Parlor mode, offering diverse gameplay experiences. It mentions Fujimi Parlor, which focuses on early wins and speed. No Discard Parlor is described as being a tense mode, where every discard is critical, and mistakes can be fatal. Lastly, Royal Mode is a high-stakes mode, where bets are doubled, creating a heaven or hell scenario, recommending it for players with ample funds. Character selection is highlighted as important. The page showcases various characters and gameplay screenshots. Overall, it's presenting Mahjong Tournament 2 Special as a comprehensive Mahjong game with different modes to cater to various playstyles and skill levels, with a focus on winning tournaments and prize money. This page talks about the upcoming SEGA Saturn press game, The Werm des Pawns. It's presented as being 100% complete and ready to go, with a developer comment emphasizing that it aims to recreate the experience of a real TV show right in your game. The page highlights that you can play Mahjong against famous celebrities and win. It's based on a popular TV show and features 10 famous personalities who are known to be skilled Mahjong players. The game promises to bring the same exciting atmosphere and realistic reactions as the TV show. There's a strongest position decision battle, tournament mode, where you can compete under TV show rules, including variations like East-Wind Match, W-Reamed, and Dora 2. You'll need to win matches to advance in this tournament and aim for the top spot. You can also enjoy a spectator mode to watch celebrity matches, mimicking the feel of watching the actual TV broadcast with all the drama. The game features 10 celebrity players, including Akira Shimizu, Yasushi Akimoto, Miyoko Asada, Akira Nishiki, Jinpachi Nezu, Shiro Kazama, Jiro Sakagami, Daijiro Harada, Shigeru Muroi, and Noriko Sakai. This page introduces Western Era 1999, Pharaoh's Resurrection, which sounds like a tense mystery adventure game where you're unraveling the secrets of pyramids and facing off against aliens. The page talks about how the end of the century and Nostradamus prophecies have created a tense atmosphere. Setting the stage for this game, it seems inspired by movies like 12 Monkeys and Independence Day, tapping into the widespread anxiety of the era. The game itself is a 3D real-time adventure, putting you in the shoes of a commander investigating alien mysteries in ancient Egypt. It's described as a Doom-style 3D action game with speedy and thrilling gameplay, emphasizing puzzle solving and exploration in complex, multi-layered pyramid environments. You'll need to navigate using a map that you can zoom and adjust, constantly checking your position to avoid getting lost in the labyrinthine structures. The atmosphere is emphasized as one of constant fear and uncertainty, where enemies could be lurking around every corner, and the game world feels realistically reactive to your actions. There are also snippets of information about gameplay tips, like using the right weapons against specific enemies and solving environmental puzzles. It mentions that the game is 85% complete at this stage and is being published by BMG Victor and Robot Software Inc., with a release date set for November 29th, priced at 5,800 yen. It's for one player and rated for 18 and over. The developer even mentions there are hidden items and extra stages to discover. This page from Reader's Station Volume 12 kicks off with R's Diary, where RS is talking about the busy schedules in the editing department and receiving software gifts. In the Asked and Answered section, readers are asking where Master has been recently and about their visit to the Tokyo Game Show software booth. The Scoop section reveals screenshots from what looks like a shooting game called Eating Vipers and another game simply called Club. There's also a section for reader comments, one mentioning feeling like Fumazon, and another discussing Game Center etiquette in a section titled Recently. Finally, a little comic strip at the bottom humorously sums up the content of this Reader Station Volume 12. This page continues with the Cars Free Talk section, where the editorial team is discussing upcoming articles and the large volume of reader submissions they're receiving. In the Sega Users Opinion section, readers are debating hardware. One person states they still play older Sega consoles and games, even if they have newer hardware, emphasizing enjoying older titles like Fantasy Zone and Afterburner, and they wish Sega would release more software for older systems. Another reader in Thoughts and Feelings reflects on their longtime Sega fandom, mentioning playing Lunar 2 on Saturn for 8 years and feeling nostalgic about older titles, suggesting there were many hidden gems from that era. In More Different Projects, a reader requests more diverse content beyond just interviews, like featuring unique projects. The Gasket Susan section features a reader talking about a previous Bomberman Saturn article and mentions wanting to see cosplay-related features. Finally, Saitama Gag Gallery and today's GD Net are showcasing reader-submitted fan art and illustrations related to the magazine and GD Net community, highlighting games like Baroque. The Ars Theme meeting discusses Sega's policy of abolishing X-rated game designations. While acknowledging the wider audience appeal, the team notes concerns about profit-driven motivations and potential user dissatisfaction. News Station presents reader opinions. One reader supports the change, emphasizing quality games and opposing excessive regulation. Another questions the inconsistency of targeting female nudity and worries about harming the Sega Saturn's appeal to mature audiences, hoping for richer content. Today's Gag Game features fan illustrations of Sega games like Sakura Wars, Last Bronx, and Virtua Fighter 3. Smaller panels highlight reader opinions on games such as Samurai Showdown and the stylish presentation of Last Bronx, along with a jacket related to Virtua Fighter 3. This section presents reader submissions about Sega Saturn games. A young fan recommends Clockwork Knight 2, praising its gameplay. Another recommends the shooting game Tengoku, appreciating its humor and visuals. Virtual is good! Reviews: Virtual Chanpuru, a cooking action game, and Virtual Charasu, a controversial hemp cultivation game. Today's Mika game introduces Vattulva and Gunk Master. Mud Game reviews Cooking is People's Lives, a detective game. Finally, FGAL Districts highlights Sakura Wars, with a fan noting its female user base, and a heartwarming story of a child playing Virtua Fighter 2. This page features reader submissions and magazine content. Satamaga Public Questions answers reader inquiries, including X-band compatibility questions, mid-career recruitment advice, and instructions for sending fan letters. RS Station Information announces a Sailor Moon cosplay photoshoot, software prize winners, Kisaragi Ryuga, Kaz, and Suzuki Gunshi, and a book voucher giveaway. They also seek freelance illustrators and remind readers to send postcards by October 11th. The Today's Quarterview section displays artwork, while King's Ear discusses game soundtracks, mentioning Virtual Karen, Twin Stick support, and soundtracks like Iron Man 28 and Sailor Moon SSSS. The Koma Manga section showcases humorous 4-panel comics from various prefectures, covering topics such as Sakura Wars, Panties, and Virtua Fighter 3. This page continues the Sega Press section, focusing on the Sega Ages project. There's an interview with A, who is from the Rutsubo team, the same team that handled the Outrun port. He talks about the Sega Ages concept and how they're deciding which games to bring back based on fan feedback. They mention Outrun and Afterburner 2 as examples of games being considered. There's a Sega Ages Desired Titles Best 10 list, showing games fans want to see remade. This includes titles like Power Drift, Outrunners, Galaxy Force, Sonic Series, Phantasy Star Series, Golden Axe Series, Dark Edge, Turbo Outrun, Super Hang-In, and SDI. The list shows a mix of arcade and Mega Drive titles, showing the range of games they are considering. The page also highlights the latest Sega news through sections like Sega Joy Telephone and Sega Fax Club, which offer up-to-date info. There are also mentions for Sega Video Magazine and Flash Sega Saturn, which feature promotional video content and game information. Finally, there's a section promoting the Sega PC Network and suggesting players check local stores for more SEGA goodies. It lists titles in the video magazine and Flash SEGA Saturn, such as Re-Road Saga 2, World Series 96, Tri-Rush Deppy, Fist, Master of Monsters, Neo Generation Z, and Lulu. The Sonic Stadium's SEGA Press Queue and a highlight SEGA magazine content, particularly focusing on AM's contributions, Afterburner, etc., and the SEGA Ages project, including titles like Last Bronx. A fan, Tails Shippo, writes a love letter expressing their desire for an arcade-like experience at home using a Virtuous Stick Pro on their Saturn. The SEGA Public Relations Daily News features staff game preferences, covering RPGs, adventure games, visual comics, and colorful games. A large Hakaki collection invites reader submissions of postcards with SEGA Saturn-related content, offering prizes. The Present Corner showcases Nights into Dreams merchandise, including a white t-shirt and a special cap, as reader prizes. This page is part of the Standing Flag edition, diving into the deeper cuts of the Saturn software lineup. It looks like a roundtable discussion or review section. They kick things off talking about Side Pocket 2, calling it a legendary hustler game. Someone mentions the frustration with the CPU being strong in some games, making continues difficult. They also discuss billiard games in general, and how each title has its own unique charm. Moving on, they touch on games like FIDA 2, Emblem of Justice, which seems to be well received, and compare Famicom's Fire Emblem to Mega Drive's Shining Force, highlighting their similarities in gameplay style, story progression, and character development. There's a section about Lupin III, the Master File, describing it as a database-focused title, emphasizing the collection of data and story elements. They mention it's enjoyable to browse through and revisit memories, calling it a Pearl Soft. They briefly mention Dead or Alive and its use of sound effects, particularly the crying voice, discussing how it effectively conveys a sense of urgency. There's a glossary explaining terms used in the article, such as Chinese-style mahjong and space on the screen. At the bottom, there are profiles for the writers, Kazibu Sentai and Sasaki Kichigo, giving a little background on them as game enthusiasts and writers. This gaming page reviews player preferences and trending themes. My Boom highlights a love for Metal Slug on Neo Geo CD and Mega Drive classics. Discussions in Fantasy Thoughts reveal the appeal of immersive fantasy RPGs for their escapism and power accumulation. Grand Finale features a humorous Doraemon anecdote and observations on Kogyaru gaming culture. Raptor Aroma Ino explores the diverse games of Ino Kenji, sparking debate on titles like Ojihan Hunter and game writing styles. Internet Battles covers the rise of online multiplayer, particularly MechWarrior 2, and the limitations of Saturn's online capabilities. The page concludes with an enigmatic note about emphasis and scheduled emphasis. Warp is preparing for the release of Enemy Zero on the SEGA Saturn, with a potential release in December, although the team is facing a tight schedule and possible delays. The game features CG work and music by Nyman, and will be released in Japan after orchestral recordings in London. Reader letters in the Saturn Communications section highlight game art's development, particularly Gotha 2, and discuss game glitches and the Saturn's capabilities. Readers also express interest in performance articles and industry features, and some debate game control schemes. The Editor's Afterwards section discusses a Saturn fan logo contest and thanks readers for their support. They welcome color in postcards, but prefer black and white illustrations for print. SNK World 96 announces a King of Fighters 96 contest for Neo Geo CD owners, starting October 25th. Players can compete in Survivor, Time Attack, and Score Attack modes for a chance to win prizes. Entry requires a score screen photo and CD obi, submitted by November 30th. 9 teams and boss characters are available. The page also features a Samurai Spirit version section, likely detailing a special mode of Samurai Showdown, with rankings using Satamaga Data Station. The KOF 96 Mini Strategy Guide offers basic tactics for fighting boss characters Vice and Mature. An SNK Fluffy Questions Corner showcases reader opinions on character art, game impressions, and favorite characters. Lastly, a giveaway for Warship Legend 3 posters is advertised, requiring postcard entries to the SEGA Saturn magazine by October 25th. This page is all about Capcom games and reader submissions. At the top, it's asking if a SEGA Saturn port of Dungeons & Dragons, Shadow over Mystara, is still in the works, encouraging readers to send in their ideas and requests for D&D content. There's a section announcing a reader participation project focused on cyberbots, which will start in the next issue, featuring interviews and prizes. They're asking for postcards from readers for this. The page also highlights reader submissions in a section called Story Series Final, showing various fan artworks and comments about different games. There are mentions of characters and games in the captions of these artworks, showcasing fan creativity. Another section, Big Push Room, features more reader-submitted postcards, this time focused on Stagra, or Saturn graphics. They are showcasing color postcards, and plan to feature more submissions in the next issue. Finally, there's a recommendation for this month's featured CAD, which is the soundtrack for the arcade game Star Gladiator, highlighting the work of the Capcom sound team. The popularity contests for Langrisser 2 characters reveal the fans' favorites. In the Miss Langrisser 2 Luna contest, Luna claimed the top spot, admired for her strength and vulnerability. Tiaras followed, popular for her charming voice, then Lifanis, known for her reliability. Sophia placed fourth, appreciated for her sex appeal and strength, followed by Freya, Reyna, and Rihanna. In the Mr. Langrisser 2 Die Hard contest, Die Hard won with his cool and bad boy image. Ruin came in second, described as a silver wolf, followed by Windu and Pierre. Artemuller, Silverwolf, and Akadon and Samson shared the subsequent spots. The editors noted Luna's well-portrayed nuances and Die Hard's surprising dominance. Abaddon and Samson humorously lamented their low ranking, vowing to improve their popularity in a future game. Virtua Clash Volume 25 features a humorous look at the life of a Virtua Crusher player, who is constantly broke, selling possessions, and scrimping for food to fund their gaming habit. The article highlights the player's dedication, referencing their game center visits and financial struggles, using nicknames like Nireko and MYG. The issue also covers an X-Band event at Sega headquarters for Virtua Fighter Remix, despite a typhoon. The event focused on online battles with the Saturn modems, though connectivity was unreliable. The writer enjoys the original Virtua Fighter and mentions the E button, hinting at gameplay discussion. Finally, this week's Yukun portrays a young gamer's enthusiastic experiences. Yukun is deeply engrossed in gaming, displaying emotions and even getting scolded by his mother. This page features 2 book advertisements. The first one promotes Dungeon Rhapsody, written and illustrated by Sakata Yasuko. It's described as a collection of comics and game-free stories, originally serialized as a popular column in Super 64. It sounds like a lighthearted, fun read for game fans. The advert also mentions its B6 size, 192 pages, and costs 1,000 yen. The image shows a comical monster character and a small princess figure, hinting at the book's tone. The second advertisement is for a book called Game Machine Sings Daisy Daisy's Song by Ono Fuyumi, with illustrations by Mizutama Kinunosuke. This one seems to be a collection of essays or reflections on the game boom period, spanning over 10 years. It talks about the appeal of games and includes comments from game designer Hata Yuji. The ad highlights a nostalgic look back at gaming culture and its impact. This book is also B6 size, but 240 pages, and priced at 1,000 yen. The image shows comic panels with various gaming-related scenes and characters, giving a glimpse into the book's content and playful style. This page is all about manga anthologies based on popular video games. It kicks off with the 4,DX series, announcing new Pokemon and Toshinden 4-panel comic books. The Pokemon one is based on the Game Boy hit and boasts a bunch of talented artists. Then there's the Toshinden comic, the second in its series, based on the PlayStation fighting game and featuring a similar group of artists. Moving on, we have the Super Game Anthology comic series. This section showcases a few more anthologies. First up is Super Real Mahjong PV Paradise, a comic book filled with original stories starring beautiful girls from the Mahjong game. Next is Guardian Heroes, an anthology comic with art from the official character designers and other notable artists. Then there's Power Instinct 2, a comic book based on the fighting game, again with contributions from a group of artists. Lastly, we have Vampire Hunter Darkstalker's Revenge, an anthology for the popular fighting game series, featuring more comics and illustrations from the same talented team. All these comics seem to be published by SoftBank and are available for purchase. This page is dedicated to the Sega Saturn game, Kakugo no Senshi, Ultimate Revenge Attack, also known internationally as Savage Rain. It's advertised as a thrilling new installment in the series for the Sega Saturn, introducing new characters like E.G., Ellis, and Sophia, who are described as mystery fighters. The advert emphasizes the game's evolution, highlighting its high-resolution graphics, which are said to be even more beautiful than arcade versions. It's packed with 3D fighting action and boasts a roster of 11 playable characters, including familiar faces from the original Kakugo no Senshi, Savage Rain, and 2 brand new additions. They mention improvements across the board: characters, costumes, backgrounds, in-game dialogue, and even the CG visuals, promising a completely new Kakugo no Senshi world. The game was on sale at the time for 5,800 yen. There are also screenshots showcasing in-game action, highlighting the fighting gameplay. This page is dedicated to the upcoming Sega Saturn title, Enemy Zero, from Warp. It's being presented as an interactive movie and is said to be evolving to be more movie-oriented. The text mentions Aura as an actress, possibly referring to a character within the game. Despite being movie-like, it assures readers that Enemy Zero will still be fun as a game, and mentions features such as digital radio. It highlights its nature as multimedia and digital media, even noting the ephemeral factors and risks involved. The page design is quite bold, with large pink Warp text and the Enemy Zero logo displayed prominently. This page appears to be a continuation of the promotion for Warp's Enemy Zero. It features a striking image of a person with a unique orange hairstyle and white nails, seemingly deep in thought. The background shows a futuristic metallic environment, possibly a spaceship or station interior, with a danger sign pointing towards a sealed door or panel. The text highlights the game's release timeframe, December 1996, specifying it will be available in stores. It also mentions it's a 4 candelas set, priced at 6,800 yen, excluding tax, and clearly states it's only for Sega Saturn. The overall feel is very atmospheric and enigmatic, typical of Warp's style, building anticipation for the release of Enemy Zero. This page is a full-page advertisement for Real Bout Fatal Fury on Sega Saturn. The tagline is, Lone Wolf Legend, Real Bout Geese, The Last Wish. The advert prominently features Geese Howard sitting on a throne looking menacing, with gameplay screenshots below showcasing the game. The text talks about Geese Howard's return after 4 years, questioning if Terry or Andy Bogard, or a third challenger, will defeat him. It highlights that this is the newest game in the Fatal Fury series for Sega Saturn. It also mentions it's compatible with the RAM cartridge expansion for the Sega Saturn and promotes the game for 8,800 yen. Overall, it's a hype-building advert for the latest installment in the popular fighting game series, emphasizing Geese Howard as the main antagonist and the game's arrival on Sega Saturn. This page is a mail-order catalog showcasing a wide variety of Sega Saturn, Mega Drive, and even Gear games and accessories available for purchase. On the Saturn side, you'll find new software releases alongside a good selection of other titles. Some of the highlighted Saturn games include Sakura Wars 2, Afterburner 2i, Virtua Fighter Kids, Magical Drop 2, and Shining Wisdom, catering to different genres. For retro fans, there's a section dedicated to Mega Drive games, featuring classics like Sonic the Hedgehog and Streets of Rage. Beyond just games, they also offer a comprehensive list of accessories for all 3 Sega consoles, Mega Drive, Game Gear, and Saturn, ranging from controllers and cables to memory expansions. The page details how to place orders via phone or fax, outlining payment options like bank transfer, postal transfer, and cash on delivery, along with shipping information for anyone wanting to buy these Sega goodies through mail order. This page is an advertisement for the Tokyo Game Designer Academy and Osaka Game Designer Academy, promoting their game development courses. They offer a range of programs to get you into the game industry, covering various disciplines. You can enroll in courses for game designer training, which come in 1, 2, and 3-year options to suit different levels of experience. There are also courses focused on specific skills like game planning and scenario writing, game art, sound creation, and even newer areas like CD-ROM multimedia image creation and 3D and motion capture character creation. If you're interested in the critical side of gaming, there's even a course for game evaluation and magazine writing. The ad also highlights correspondence courses for those who can't attend in person, covering game designer training, basic, language, and assembler game programming, as well as sound creator courses. It mentions the Osaka branch also offers similar courses. Featured at the bottom are student testimonials from the Osaka Game Designer Academy, with students sharing their positive experiences and career aspirations after studying there. They're also running school tours in April 1997, encouraging prospective students to visit and check them out. Essentially, this page is a call to anyone passionate about games and looking to make a career in the industry, showcasing these academies as a viable path. This page is a mail-order advert from Creative Human, boasting same-day shipping and late-night service. They're highlighting new game releases for October and taking pre-orders. They've got a bunch of SEGA Saturn titles, including Master of Monsters, Disciples of Gaia, the tactical RPG Riglord Saga 2, and the shoot-'em-up Denusenki Virtual On. Looks like they're pushing pre-orders for Virtua Cop 2 and Guardian Heroes 2. For members, they're offering a 5% discount and free shipping if you spend over 10,000 yen. They're also advertising a one-step-ahead peripheral device compatible with 32 and 64-bit systems focused on sound, priced at 10,800 yen. You can also request various catalogs from them. They've got a whole section for SEGA Saturn bits and pieces, broken down into special price items and hardware parts. Then there's a garage kit corner, with various mecha and character models. They also have a section for attack videos, which looks like it features their own video series, and some Super Famicom soft videos. Finally, they cater to card game fans with a section dedicated to Magic: The Gathering, selling starter decks and booster packs in both Japanese and English. This page is diving into Romance of the Three Kingdoms V as part of a data search feature. It looks like a strategy guide focusing on game events and historical accuracy. The page is divided into sections explaining how events occur in the game and how they are linked to historical facts, suggesting that knowing history can give you an edge. There's a section focusing on imperial throne events, explaining how to become emperor, mentioning conditions like city control, and having a certain item called Jade Seal. It seems becoming emperor triggers specific events in the game. The article emphasizes that the game allows players to experience historical events and drama, and that understanding the depth of history is key. They encourage players to explore the events in the game themselves. Screenshots show in-game scenes and character portraits of figures like Ma Liang and Zhuge Liang, common names from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms era, reinforcing the historical theme of the game. Essentially, this page is giving players a sneak peek into the event system of Romance of the Three Kingdoms V, and how historical elements are woven into the gameplay. Romance of the Three Kingdoms Vi incorporates historical events to enhance gameplay. The game features specific triggers for iconic moments, such as the formal establishment of the 5 Tiger Generals after the Battle of Jing Province. Other events include Liu Biyu acquiring the Red Hair Horse, boosting his power. The Ma Clan's 5 Excellence event allows Ma Liang and Zhuge Liang to aid in discovering resources. Zhao Yu and Lu Su can request provisions, showing dedication even for weaker lords. The game accurately depicts Liu Bei's death at Baidi Castle in early scenarios, with Zhuge Liang taking over. Later, Zhuge Liang's death results in Jiang Wei succeeding him. These events reward players who understand the history, bringing the drama of the Three Kingdoms era to life. This page details historical events within Romance of the Three Kingdoms Phi, categorized by Western-era years. It highlights key events from 180 AD onwards, specifically focusing on their triggers and impact within the game. The Era and Historical Facts section outlines events like the Yellow Turban Rebellion, 184 AD, with Zhang Zhao dies midway, mirroring historical accounts. The 190 AD section features events like the Anti-Dongzhuo Alliance, and Dongzhuo relocates capital to Chang'an, influenced by player actions. Chain Stratagem, 192 AD, and the Battle of Guandu, 200 AD, are other key events that influence gameplay. Cao Cao's military-agricultural system implemented, and Yuan Shu's Emperor's Enthronement are also listed. These events add depth, rewarding historical knowledge and strategic decision-making within the game. This text describes several historical events in Romance of the Three Kingdoms versus the Three Lords' Blessings, 208 AD, boosts morale for players controlling few cities with Shu Shu. Shu Shu and Jianyang Fall, 208 AD, appears as a consequence for failing to meet the blessing's conditions. Gan Ning and Ling Tong's deaths, 208 AD, is a fixed event under Sun Quan. The Emperor's Enthronement, 216 to 229 ad. Chronicles warlords declaring themselves emperors, requiring a growing number of cities. The table of rising officials, 227 ad. And 9-rank system for selecting officials, 220 ad. Events, occurring under Cowp's rule, introduce mechanisms for officer promotions, and formalizing the selection process, impacting governance and potentially loyalty. The text also mentions visual elements, like a battle scene, and character portraits, to illustrate these in-game events. Increment P, a team calling themselves the IPC Three Musketeers, are developing Dai Undu Kai, Great Athletic Meet, for the Sega Saturn. The game, kept secret for a while, is described as fun and engaging, featuring a girl character the player trains. The developers, passionate about creating enjoyable gaming experiences, are excited about this original title. Key members include producer Crazy Kaoru, salesman Bobo Hiroshima, and public relations Pinga. Pre-order bonuses like posters and CD singles will be available. Increment 6 thanks fans for their support and hints at more information and event announcements on their homepage as the autumn release nears. This page is packed with information from various game companies. Acclaim Japan is excited about their updated homepage and reminds everyone about their game releasing on November 1st. Athena is talking about Legendary Daughter and mentions Yoshida Shuko. Imagineer has announced the release date for Multi-Launcher on December 13th, a Friday, offering special editions with keys and calendars. Compile is running a campaign for Madu Monogatari and Puyo Puyo Saturn, where buying Puyo Puyo 2 gets you entry into a prize draw. Segamate is promoting Vampire Savior, the Lord of Vampire, mentioning voice actors at an upcoming event and a drama CD. Jaleco is highlighting their game Fantastier, focusing on its sound and music. Dat East is running a campaign for Detective Jinguji Saburo Unfinished Report, offering prizes like system notebooks and character cards for those who solve the mystery and answer the questionnaire. Bandai shares some personal feelings and mentions Six Flags testing. BP's is talking about their Tetris and Capital High-Speed Battle series, announcing a new Saturn version described as a Harukasu adventure. Yadoman Games promotes mental well-being alongside information on their Cube Battler game and homepage. Victor Entertainment is very proud of Criticom, a 3D fighting game, emphasizing its impressive visuals and technical achievements. They are close to announcing a release date. Finally, there's a licensee section asking for postcards with questions for various game companies, providing contact details for SEGA Saturn Magazine. This page is a SEGA Saturn software databank, covering releases from November 1994 to October 1996. It's essentially a catalog showing games that were available for the Sega Saturn during that period. The page mentions it's designed to help players with their game purchasing decisions by providing a comprehensive list of software, from older titles to the latest releases. It also explains how the games are rated, using average scores from 3 reviewers. Games marked with X were not reviewed. The listings themselves are organized chronologically by release month, starting with November 94 and continuing into 96. It's primarily a large table format showing game titles, release dates, prices, genres, review scores, and controller compatibility, a useful resource for Saturn owners at the time. This page continues with the Sega Saturn Software Databank, listing games released from December 1995 through April 1996. In December 95, some of the highlighted titles include Virtua Fighter 2, which scored very highly, and NBA Jam Tournament Edition, also receiving a good score. Moving into January 96, there are games like Bug, Fighters Megamix, and Hattori Hiroko's Tokyo Detective Story. February 96 includes titles like Death Mask and Street Fighter Zero, also known as Street Fighter Alpha in the West, which received a strong score. March 96 features titles like Guardian Heroes and Wizards Harmony. Finally, April 96 showcases games such as Sonic 3D Blasts, also known as Sonic 3D Flicky's Island, and Rockman 8, known as Mega Man 8 internationally, and Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, all with good scores. This page continues to provide a detailed catalog of Sega Saturn games, offering release dates, genres, pricing, and reviewer scores to help players make informed choices on what to play. This page carries on from the Sega Saturn Software Databank, still listing game releases up to April 1996. You'll see a continuation of the game lists with details like pricing, genres, and reviewer scores. Games listed include titles like FIDA Remake, Emblem of Justice, Sonic Wings Special, Glaytest Way, Puzzle Bobble 2X, Virtual Bart, and Clockwork Knight 2, amongst many others. Interestingly, there's a text box posing the question, what is the ratio of Saturn female users? It talks about how, with the new generation of consoles, the user base is shifting. The article discusses whether the Saturn is attracting female players, and if so, what kind of games are they interested in? It mentions that while it might not be a massive surge, the number of female users is definitely increasing. They speculate on whether marketing terms like Lululu and Enemy Zero resonate with female gamers. The article points out that SEGA Saturn titles are generally more arcade-oriented, leaning towards a male demographic, but notes that based on reader surveys from other magazines like SATURN Magazine and the PlayStation, the female user ratio is around 5.8% and 10.8% respectively, with Super Game 64 reporting 14.8%. The article concludes that while the numbers aren't huge, there's clearly a female user base, and perhaps game developers should consider making games that appeal to them too. This page continues the databank index of SEGA Saturn software, providing another extensive list of games along with their software numbers and prices. It's a packed page with titles spanning various genres, including action, role-playing, and fighting games. Continuing the comprehensive listing, you can find well-known series like Virtua Fighter, Panzer Dragoon, and Clockwork Knight. Other recognizable titles featured are Shining Wisdom, Street Fighter Alpha, which was known as Street Fighter Zero in Japan, Daytona USA, and Sega Rally Championship, amongst many others. This looks like a reference guide for readers to quickly find game details and potentially purchasing information for games available at the time. This page showcases the new soft schedule for SEGA Saturn games, continuing the extensive list from the previous page. It's essentially a release schedule, detailing games coming out in October, November, December, and even some unreleased titles. You can see a wide array of genres, including action, RPG, simulation, shooting, and puzzle games. Looking at the October releases, some highlights include Tokyo Mahjong Land, Jewel of Oracle, Lunar, Silver Star Story, and Batsugun. Moving into November, titles like Seduction Desire, Cyberdoll, Fist, and Blad Factory are listed. December features games such as World's End no Kimi ni Aliatezra Alps Mountain Rescue Team, Super Puzzle Fighter 2X, Guardian Heroes, and Sonic R. The page also provides prices, game makers, and genres for each title, along with controller compatibility. It appears to be a handy guide for Saturn owners to plan their game purchases and keep track of upcoming releases during that period. It's mostly tables and lists, but it gives a good overview of the diverse software library being developed for the SEGA Saturn. This page details more SEGA Saturn game release plans. Continuing from a previous schedule, games are categorized by their planned release month in 1997, including January, February, March, July, and summer. Key titles include Mario & Days Wild Dog Super Deathmatch Ball, Mahjong Heaven Blue Sky, Guilty Gear, and Crow City of Angels. An unreleased section lists numerous games across various genres, such as Sonic the Fighters, Illbleed, and Lunar Eternal Blue. An editorial section discusses schedule updates. Fantasy Earth is now Terra Fantasia, slated for December, along with Earth Adventurer. Basic for SEGA Saturn is under development, with standard and deluxe versions planned, the latter supporting cable link play. A game creation contest is also planned. The article expresses anticipation for upcoming releases. This page seems to be focused on reader feedback and content listing for a SEGA Saturn magazine. At the top, there are instructions on how to fill out a questionnaire postcard to send back to the magazine. It shows examples of good and bad ways to answer multiple choice questions. The questionnaire itself asks for personal info, like gender, age, occupation, and if the reader owns a SEGA Saturn. It also asks about the magazine content, like which articles were good or bad, and what hardware and software they are interested in. Below this, there are 3 tables. Table 1 lists articles featured in this issue of the magazine, covering things like Landmark, Data Station, SEGA Saturn Race Reports, Sakura Wars articles, and new release titles. Table 2 is a hardware list, basically a catalog of SEGA Saturn consoles, peripherals, and accessories, things like different Saturn models, v Saturn, Mega Drive, various controllers including arcade sticks and racing wheels, memory carts, and even the modem and link cable. Table 3 is a massive software list. It's a huge collection of SEGA Saturn games, from action titles like Actual Golf and Guilty Gear to RPGs and strategy games. It's a really extensive list, showing the sheer variety of games available on the Saturn. You can spot quite a few well-known titles and some more obscure ones within the massive list. It appears to be a comprehensive guide to what's out there for SEGA Saturn gamers. The next page showcases the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Discworld. It's described as a quirky fantasy adventure born from British sensibilities, based on the popular Discworld book series by Terry Pratchett. The page highlights the game's unique world, stating that it's set on a large disc-shaped world supported by 4 elephants, standing on a giant turtle named Great Atuan, sailing through space. The game is presented as an adventure title, where players take on the role of Rincewind, a down-on-his-luck wizard. The reviewer mentions that Discworld is a challenging game where solving one problem often leads to another, but encourages players to take their time and enjoy it, suggesting it's a good way to unwind and relax instead of stressing over school or work. The page introduces key characters like Rincewind himself, a cowardly wizard, a dragon depicted in a humorous and non-threatening way, and Death, also presented with a whimsical and less grim demeanor than usual. Screenshots show in-game environments and character interactions, hinting at the puzzle-solving and adventure gameplay. There's also a mention of items and inventory, suggesting typical adventure game mechanics will be present. The page concludes by emphasizing that while there are other characters in the game, the focus is on Rincewind as the main protagonist. This page is all about Sengoku Ace Episode 2 for the SEGA Saturn, hyping it up as Coming Soon Soft. It's described as an Oriental-style, horizontal scrolling shooter, a sequel to Sengoku Blade. They are showcasing the introductory stages of the game, which include 4 different areas. We get a peek at the forest stage, cave stage, valley stage, and cloud sea stage, each with a brief description of the enemies and environments you'll encounter. There are screenshots showing typical side-scrolling shooter action with various enemies and a large boss character in each stage. Interestingly, there's also mention of an original mode, which seems to add anime-style character portraits and dialogue to the game. The page states the game is 100% complete, slated for release in November at 6,800 yen, and is a shooting game obviously. It also points out that 2-player simultaneous play is possible. Overall, it's a preview page getting players excited for this new shooter coming to the Saturn. This page showcases the game Tri-Rush Deppy for the SEGA Saturn. It seems to be a racing game with action elements, described as a 3D slot-style minigame. The preview highlights the game's story, where you race from New York to Los Angeles, but your character, Deppy, starts off stumbling in behind. You'll need to use techniques like jumping and turbo to overcome obstacles and catch up with rivals. The page mentions stage obstacles like oil spills and bombs, and a boss character called Hijacker, who attacks with a crane and wrecking ball. There's also a bonus stage you can warp to by collecting star icons, where you need to grab all the stars to clear it. The reviewer sounds pretty excited about the game, especially the 3D slot minigame aspect. The game was 80% complete at the time of this preview, developed by Nihon Create and scheduled for release on November 22nd, priced at 5,800 yen. It's described as an action game for 1 player. The preview notes that the races are long and become increasingly difficult as you progress through the stages. Stage 1 is set in a city, and later stages introduce more terrain-based obstacles. This page is hyping up Imperial Dragon Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and it looks like a serious contender in the real-time strategy genre. They're promising a whole new level of tension, moving away from the slower pace of turn-based games. This is a full command real-time system game, so expect to be making critical decisions on the fly as events unfold. The page walks you through the game's flow, starting with setting up your game by choosing a scenario based on the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, selecting your difficulty, and picking which warlord you want to lead. Next up is Territory Expansion Prep, which is the meat and potatoes of strategy games, managing your internal affairs, finding and hiring talented officers, and getting your armies ready for war. Battles happen in real time, with these cute, chibi-style units duking it out. You issue orders and then watch the fight play out. Don't forget about other countries and diplomacy, which are also key to success. There are event movies to bring the world of the Three Kingdoms to life. Features like Dragon Scroll, Capture, and Military Formation suggest there are deeper strategic layers to explore. The screenshots give you a taste of the interface,
showing off maps, city management screens, and the real-time battles themselves. Developed by Xing and released in 1996, Imperial Dragon Romance of the Three Kingdoms is shaping up to be a real-time strategy game that demands your attention and quick thinking. This page is all about the upcoming RPGs for the Sega Saturn this autumn. It's titled Saturn RPG 6 and declares that all the hot RPGs of this autumn are gathered here. The article highlights that Saturn is really making a name for itself with RPGs, mentioning that there have been many quality titles already and even more anticipated games are on the way. They're focusing on titles coming out this autumn and spotlighting the RPGs, with an emphasis on scenario and character, and the quality of anime scenes, battle enjoyment, and simulations. They also touch on the console's ability to create 3D spaces. The page then lists a bunch of promising RPG titles with page numbers for more info, including Lunar, Silver Star Story, Riglord Saga 2, Shining the Holy Ark, Langrisser 2I, Funky Fantasy, Ogre Battle, The March of the Black Queen, Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, Grandia, Baroque, Air's Adventure, Cyberdoll, and Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner, plus others. The article concludes by suggesting that, with all these RPGs coming, autumn nights are the perfect time to immerse yourself in some deep role-playing experiences on the Saturn. This page discusses the RPG scene on the Sega Saturn and interviews key creators. It starts by highlighting Yoichi Miyagi from GameArts, the producer of Lunar, Silver Star Story. Miyagi mentions that GD.net, a group of developers skilled in RPGs, is behind titles like Steam Pirates, Neverland Company, Magic Academy Luna, Onion Egg Slayers, and other quality RPGs. GameArts, through GD.net, aims to release titles like Grandia as a next-generation RPG and continue the Lunar series as a more traditional RPG experience. The page then shifts to a section titled Top Creators Talk About the Future of Saturn RPGs and features interviews with Kenichi Ono, director at Sega Enterprises, and Yasuhiko Nakatsu, director at Microcabin, both involved in Riglord Saga 2. Kenichi Ono expresses that current RPGs sometimes feel too focused on making money. He aims to create more compelling RPGs, emphasizing online and network play, to allow players to share experiences and stories. Yasuhiko Nakatsu believes RPGs are diverging into two paths, casual and gameplay-focused. Riglord Saga 2, developed by Microcabin, is aiming for 3D environments and a balance of gameplay and story. He notes the appeal of simulation RPGs, and that Riglord Saga 2 emphasizes battle and fun, while also prioritizing space and freedom in the gameplay experience. The next page continues the discussion about RPGs on the Sega Saturn, featuring interviews with three producers from different companies. First up is Takada Shinjiro, the producer from Messiah, talking about the Langrisser series. He mentions wanting to create RPGs that truly utilize the SIDROM format, aiming to surpass previous simulation RPGs in quality. He notes the improvements in graphics and character design, making them cleaner and cuter. He expresses a desire to make new and interesting SRPGs that go beyond conventional ideas for the Saturn. Next, we hear from Takahashi Hiroshi, the producer of Shining the Holy Ark at Sonic. He discusses the shift towards 3D in RPGs, mentioning their game, Shining the Holy Ark, as a 3D dungeon RPG. He emphasizes that while technology is important, the content and system design of the game are paramount. He wants to create games that leverage the strengths of the system to deliver a compelling experience. Finally, Hiroi Oji, the representative from Red Company and producer of Tengai Makyo Dayon no Mokushiroku, talks about games fundamentally being games. He discusses Tengai Makyo Dayon no Mokushiroku, Far East of Eden, the Apocalypse IV, highlighting the importance of scenario and graphics. He aims to create simple yet engaging RPGs, drawing inspiration from French cinema. He mentions dedicating significant time to the scenario, aiming for a scenario-focused RPG with a Hollywood-like cinematic quality, emphasizing the individuality and appeal of the characters in Far East of Eden, the Apocalypse IV. Lunar, Silver Star Story, a definitive RPG, is coming to Sega Saturn. This game, a revamped version of the popular Mega CD RPG, promises a superior experience, addressing accessibility issues of the original. This isn't a simple port. The scenario is revised, and visuals are redrawn for the Saturn. The game boasts a strong creative team, including scenario director Kume Masami and character designer Sadaoka Tadayuki. Screenshots highlight gorgeous opening scenes, a more engaging relationship with the heroine Luna, and the growth of the main character Ailes. Various companions and dynamic battles are also showcased. Published by Kadokawa Shoten, it releases on October 25th for 6,800 yen. The page encourages players to delve into the first half of this enhanced RPG experience. This page highlights Berg Village as the starting point of the adventure in Lunar Silver Star Story. We're introduced to the village of Berg, nestled in peaceful mountains, where the young protagonist Ailes resides. He's preparing for the goddess festival, alongside Luna, singing hymns in an ancient language. Ailes dreams of becoming a dragon master like Dine. The page then focuses on Dine's mound, described as the location where the story begins. Ailes admires Dine and often visits his mound. It's mentioned that Dine died in battle and is buried there, dispelling any rumors of him dying in an accident. A key moment is when Ramus, the village chief's son, suggests, "Shall we go to the White Dragon Cave to look for diamonds?" This phrase is presented as the trigger that sets Ailes' adventure in motion. Finally, the page mentions Berg's Spring, located north of the village, where Luna is already training. It's described as a visually beautiful scene with a soft focus effect. Screenshots throughout the page showcase Berg Village, Dine's Mound, Berg's Spring, and the characters Ailes, Luna, and Ramus, giving us a visual taste of the game's early locations and characters. The page emphasizes the beginning of Ailes' journey and the important locations within Berg Village. The text details a section of Lunar Silver Star Story focused on the White Dragon Cave. Located southeast of Berg Village, the cave is a challenging area filled with tough enemies and requiring careful resource management. A key puzzle involves ice, which is overcome with a special ring. At the cave's depths, the party encounters the White Dragon. Surprisingly, the dragon, despite its fearsome reputation, is kind, agreeing to give Ailes a diamond, and even restoring the party's HP and MP. Aglis seeks the diamond to obtain an item found within the cave. The text also profiles two party members: Ailes, a spirited adventurer from Berg Village with a green flute, and Luna, an orphan raised by Ailes' family, known for her healing song and kind nature. This walkthrough for Lunar Silver Star Story details the quest for the Dragon Ring and its aftermath. The party must decipher clues involving ice pillars and a Sasquatch guy to obtain a diamond, fulfilling a promise from the White Dragon. Ailes is then recognized as a Dragon Master. Following this, the party plans to travel, but Luna's sudden appearance halts their journey to Melibea, hinting at a secret in Goat's Woods. The guide also introduces two new party members. Null, a mysterious winged cat-like creature, is Ailes' companion, Ramses. Ailes' childhood friend and village chief's son joins the party, despite being unreliable. This page continues the Lunar Silver Star Story walkthrough, picking up with the party heading to Goat's Woods. Luna has a recurring dream after returning from the cave, filled with symbolic imagery like light, hands, and a red infant, possibly foreshadowing future events or hinting at her past. The page details the game's battle system, highlighting how battles seamlessly occur directly on the field map, integrating dungeons and combat. Leveling up happens naturally while exploring dungeons. It introduces a tactics mode where players can preset character actions for streamlined battles, offering 3 customizable battle strategies. This is presented as a very convenient feature. The guide also touches on AI settings for combat. It suggests using pre-programmed tactics, especially when facing many enemies, and advises players to conserve MP, especially in new areas. Finally, it covers formations in the etc. section, allowing players to adjust character positioning if they don't like the default setup, where the main character is always in front. Players can pre-select formations to customize their battle arrangements. After escaping Goat's Woods, thanks to Luna's unknown power, the party gains the aid of Leek, Kyle, a strong and reliable fighter. They arrive in the bustling port city of Sais, discovering a delay in their journey to Mary Gayop. A side quest arises. A ship captain needs the party's help to retrieve his pawned sea chart. This leads to a gambling battle, where Luna, surprisingly skilled, faces and defeats a gambler named Ikazama, possibly using magic, or incredible luck. The retrieved sea chart is critical for the party to continue their adventure. This page, titled Forest of the Witch, focuses on a segment in Lunar Silver Star story. After escaping Goat's Woods, the party needs to get to Mariab, but their sea chart is pawned. The witch, living in the forest north of Sais, has it, and she won't give it back easily. We see a scene where Nash is surprised to find Alex playing with a wana, which he seems to think is a strange pastime. The page introduces Nash's role in this part of the story. Initially, Nash is hesitant to help fetch water, but after Luna convinces him, he reluctantly agrees. It turns out the witch wants Nash to retrieve water for her in exchange for the sea chart. We then see the party finally reaching the witch's house, described as being deep in the forest with a well inside. They successfully negotiate with the witch to get the sea chart back. The text highlights the moment of triumph when they finally retrieve the sea chart, meaning they can now continue their journey to Mary Fulp. Finally, the page shifts to showcase a Luna on the ship scene, calling it a soulful and beautiful visual highlight. It praises the scene for its graphical beauty, especially the night scene on the ship under the starry sky, emphasizing how visually stunning it is compared to previous scenes, truly capturing the beauty of Luna at sea. This walkthrough revisits the town of Sais in Lunar Silver Star story, picking up after the party obtains the sea chart. The journey involves a pleasant ship voyage, marking the end of the prologue. The next stage is the continent of Mariab. The narrative highlights Luna's farewell. Is it? Luna wants to return home, but Alex pulls her back onto the ship, choosing their journey together. The walkthrough then details a middle boss, Zeus battle, on the ship's deck. Zeus is a gelatinous monster, fought with strategic close combat and magic. The text recommends using Nash's knowledge and a level around 10. Finally, the ship sails toward Meritep under a starry sky. Luna sings, hinting at the adventure's continuation in the next installment. This page dives into Riglord Saga 2, highlighting it as a tactical RPG and a sequel that builds upon the Riglord Saga system. The reviewer notes the enhanced strategic depth thanks to terrain features and the introduction of aerial battles, which can lead to dynamic scenarios, like units being blown off cliffs. The story focuses on the main characters, Mai Yu, a dragon princess with the power of dragon transformation, and Lusty, a prince from the Kingdom of Queensland who is infatuated with Mai Yu. The narrative is set in Yamatai, an eastern land, and the screenshots showcase locations like harbors and villages. It seems the story involves some intrigue, as there's mention of a threat to Asuka, with the headline, Asuka is in danger. The reviewer sounds enthusiastic about the game's adventure elements and strategic gameplay. There's also a small section in the top right, with bullet points listing details like it being on SEGA Saturn, a release date in November, the genre as tactical RPG, and a price of 5,800 yen. This page continues the look at Riglord Saga 2 and introduces us to Asuka, the leader of the Moon Group. The story seems to be taking a turn, as there's a question of whether Asuka is a traitor, suggesting some plot twists and intrigue. The screenshots show battles and dialogue scenes, indicating the narrative is progressing. The page details a quest to rescue Asuka's companions who are under attack, leading the player on a path to a ninja mansion. There's also a section about a waiting ambush scenario set in a valley, highlighting different combat situations players will encounter. Enemy data sections introduce some of the foes you'll face, like the Kataru soldier, Shimo shinobi, and Tenku shinobi, giving a glimpse into the variety of enemies in the game and their combat styles. The overall tone is building excitement for the adventure and tactical challenges in Riglord Saga 2. This page delves into the Ninja Mansion stage of Riglord Saga 2, focusing on a mission to rescue captured companions. The scenario involves infiltrating a seemingly impenetrable ninja mansion, where Asuka guides you, but a sense of unease and deeper mysteries are hinted at. We get details on a common enemy type, the Kunoichi, a cunning female ninja, and learn about the mansion's karakuri or trick mechanisms, specifically pitfalls that drop you to lower levels, and protruding spears that emerge from the floor to impale you, emphasizing the dangerous traps players will need to navigate. There's also a highlight on treasure chests, containing useful items like Rasuti. The climax of this mansion stage is the encounter with the boss, Ninja Head Goku, positioned in the deepest part of the mansion. Goku is described as a powerful first boss, significantly stronger than regular enemies, requiring players to utilize full offensive and defensive strategies to overcome him and complete the rescue mission.
The screenshots showcase the Ninja Mansion's interior, traps in action, and the intense boss battle with Goku. Following the rescue of companions, the player returns to the village in Riglord Saga 2 and learns of a Shikigami sealed nearby. The quest begins with finding this powerful entity, leading to the Barrier Cave, where items must be placed to break Kadar's seal. Next is the Nizuna Cave, the Shikigami's resting place, filled with monsters. The goal is to befriend the Shikigami. After clearing the Nizuna Cave, Nizuna joins the party, developing a crush on Asuka. The journey continues beyond the cave, splitting at barriers. The western barrier leading towards Gojo Town and Haoshoin, and the eastern barrier to Kamui Kotan and Hurai Mountain. The presence of enemies at these barriers indicates Kadar's growing influence over Yamatai. The fate of the Dragon King remains uncertain. This page is a staff interview for Riglord Saga 2. The interview features Yasuhiro Nakatsu, director from Microcabin, and Kenichi Ono, director from Sega Enterprises, discussing the development of the game for the Sega Saturn. They talk about how Riglord Saga 2 is their first 3D, full-fledged 3D game, leveraging the Saturn's hardware. Nakatsu mentions the collaboration with Sega and Microcabin, and the challenges and creative choices made in moving from 2D to 3D, particularly in representing the world and battlefields. He notes that the Illusion City style from previous PC titles informed the 3D direction. Nojano discusses the design process, mentioning that the battle system's mechanics and character actions were prioritized before finalizing the scenario to ensure gameplay balance. Character personalities and skills were developed by Wada, influencing the scenario later on. The conversation touches on character design, with Wada creating distinct personalities, exemplified by the crybaby character archetype. They also briefly discuss the world setting, aiming for a Japanese fantasy style, referencing locations like Yamatai and Gojo Town. The sword and sorcery concept is mentioned as a key element they kept in mind during development. The interview concludes by stating that the main characters are based on the image from the previous title, and they emphasize the importance of dropping elements into the game, hinting at new features while maintaining the core essence of the series. The Riglord Saga 2 development team discussed their work. Furuya, art, detailed the move to 3D characters, striving for natural movement despite polygon limitations. 50 to 60 in battles, 30 in towns. Event and battle scenes would have distinct graphical styles. Kato, scenario, described character personalities and limited camera angles due to memory. Monster design aimed for a scary cute aesthetic appealing to a broad audience. Costumes used separate teams for the opening and in-game elements. Fukuda, music, created around 40 songs, 15 with live instruments. Streaming technology allowed complex soundscapes. The Yamatai world map music used a unique surrein style inspired by Okinawan folk songs. Ono, Sega, highlighted the game's strategic battle freedom and encouraged players to discover diverse tactics. This page unveils details on the upcoming 3D RPG, Shining the Holy Ark. It's promised to be a continuation of the series and is generating buzz. The page focuses on the main character and party members, with this issue revealing the protagonist, Artither. He's a sword-wielding mercenary, young but already known as a skilled soldier. He's described as a lone wolf type, driven by money, and maybe a bit too easily swayed by women, which is apparently his biggest weakness. The article explains that the developers want players to see themselves in Arthur. During battles, when Arthur attacks, the screen will zoom in, focusing on the action with detailed graphics. The page also shows design sketches of Arthur from the front, back, and side to give a good look at his appearance and equipment. It mentions the game is scheduled for release in December by Sonic and is an RPG, though the price is still to be decided. This page showcases character introductions within the RPG genre on the Sega Saturn. It features 4 distinct characters, each with a class and description. First, we have Forte, a sorcerer, described as a composed magic user, skilled in combat and partnered with Melody. Melody is a spirit user, hailing from a unique village, possessing the ability to communicate with spirits and even control monsters. Then there's a Shekane, a ninja, a skilled female ninja from a village leader's family, proficient in many techniques. Finally, Rorty, also a ninja and Akane's brother, is portrayed as the right-hand man of the ninja sect leader, specializing in swift attacks and powerful combinations with traditional ninja techniques. The page gives a glimpse into the character designs and roles in what appears to be a strategy RPG game, with small screenshots illustrating some in-game action or character poses. This page introduces the Kingdom of Enrich, which is the stage for an adventure. It seems to be from the same RPG game as the characters introduced on the previous page, as it details the setting further. The page features a map of Enrich, highlighting key locations like the mining village of Dishizia, once a prosperous mining village that is now in decline, and Enrich Castle, described as the political and national center of Enrich, with abundant wealth and a stage for dramatic events. There's also Enrich Castle Town, a bustling town that serves as a hub for trade and various industries. The page then dives into the opening story and background of Enrich's circumstances. It explains that Enrich Kingdom was once wealthy, thanks to the abundant mining resources from the Debazia mine in the north. However, this prosperity attracted mercenaries, and now, even though the mine is depleted, mercenaries still linger seeking fortune, making Enrich a dangerous place. The adventure seems to revolve around a mercenary named Arthur and his party, who are drawn into events in Enrich. The kingdom is presented as having ancient ruins and monsters lurking about, making it a perilous setting for the upcoming Holly Ark adventure. Screenshots showcase a town gate suggesting a settlement within Enrich and a skeleton enemy, hinting at the dangers and monster encounters players can expect in this world. This page is a special feature about the Investigate command in the RPG Holly Ark. It explains that the Investigate command isn't just for finding items or hints, it's designed to trigger all sorts of surprising events. For example, if you investigate a tree, you might find fireflies that light up the area in a beautiful scene. Investigating bushes might flush out a rat. Checking holes in walls could cause bats to come flying out. And examining tombstones in a graveyard might even awaken ghosts. Adding to the monster roster in Holly Ark, they are revealing a new creature called the Wild Hound. This is a beast-type monster with bird-like legs that lives in forests and plains. It's described as a large and powerful enemy that attacks with its mouth and claws. Its special attack is called Heroic Howl, which looks pretty intense in the screenshots, showing it unleash some kind of sonic attack on the party. This page is a staff interview for Shining the Holy Ark, featuring Takahashi Hiroshi from Sonic and Heingaris. They are discussing the challenges and innovations in bringing 3D graphics to the game. Takahashi mentions wanting to push the limits of 3Ds on the SEGA Saturn, even when others said it was impossible. He talks about using silicon graphics machines for development and the difficulties they faced at the beginning. Hein explains his role as supporting development, focusing on graphics and overall game design. He discusses the challenges of memory limitations and how they worked around them by reusing models and textures. He mentions the desire to create a wide, explorable 3D world that feels realistic, even with limitations. They talk about the use of polygons and how they tried to make the most of them, aiming for smooth and detailed graphics. They then delve into the tools they developed for creating the game, highlighting the importance of user-friendly tools for level design and graphics. Hein mentions that 3D was a new frontier, requiring them to build many tools from scratch. They both express their satisfaction with the final product, feeling they achieved a great deal within the technical constraints. They wrap up by talking about their future plans with Sonic and their passion for creating games, encouraging players to try Shining the Holy Ark and experience the 3D world they have crafted. This page is dedicated to Langrisser 2i, a Saturn RPG, coming as a special package in 1996. It details the game's setting, which is a continent divided into 4 kingdoms, focusing on the fertile kingdom of Larkus, ruled by King Larkus. The story revolves around the young hero Dihardo, destined to become a knight, and the impending war. We get introductions to key characters and kingdoms: Larkus, the king of Larkus Kingdom; Dihardo, the hero; Rifani, Luna, Sophia, and Tiaras as other characters; and kingdoms like Varsalia, ruled by King Borel, Riguria, and Beryl, also ruled by King Borel; and finally Alta Mueller. Each kingdom and character has a short description, hinting at their roles in the story and political landscape. There's an interview with producer Kota Nirozaburo, who talks about the game's development. He mentions that the game was delayed due to the program size being larger than initially planned, requiring more work to optimize. He also touches on improvements to the game system compared to previous titles like Dear Langrisser and Lang-id, suggesting they've put extra effort into this Saturn iteration. He encourages players to buy the game and says to look forward to the opening animation on Creedrom. This page continues the Langrisser 2 guide and dives into battle strategies and unit preparation. It breaks down winning and losing conditions, which aren't always just about wiping out all enemies. Sometimes you have to achieve victory within a turn limit,
or protect civilians. Losing conditions can include the death of your main character, or failing to meet certain criteria within the turn limit. The guide emphasizes preparing your units before battle, understanding their strengths and weaknesses, and considering class changes and equipment. It suggests checking enemy classes to decide your own class changes effectively. It also mentions that in Langrisser, mercenaries are crucial but costly, and it's better to focus on upgrading your core units with better equipment instead of relying solely on mercenaries. Finally, the page gives advice on unit deployment on the map. It stresses the importance of positioning your units strategically based on the terrain and enemy types, suggesting placing mobile units or magic users in advantageous positions depending on the map and enemy formation. It highlights that good unit placement is key to winning battles and preventing your strategy from falling apart. There are screenshots showing class change screens, item buying screens, and a battle deployment screen. Langrisser 2's formations, centered on the commander, are crucial for strategic success. 5 core formations are detailed: square, balanced; vertical, narrow spaces; horizontal, wide areas, flanking; left diagonal, offensive wider formations; and right diagonal, offensive rear defense. Diagrams illustrate their uses, emphasizing tactical choices like diagonal formations for directional defense. The guide provides examples of formation adjustments: attacking multiple foes, pursuing retreating enemies, escaping unharmed, and prioritizing targets. The point section emphasizes movement mode importance. High speed boosts mobility at the cost of defense. Normal mode is recommended before combat. Strategic advice includes using strong units, expanding formations for defense, leveraging ranged attacks, and minimizing damage while maximizing offensive potential through effective formation deployment. The next page dives deeper into unit tactics, building upon the formation strategies from the previous page and focusing on maximizing unit abilities in combat, likely still within the context of Langrisser 2. The page breaks down combat strategies into sections like leveraging unit strengths, mastering magic use, understanding summon magic, and utilizing skills effectively. It emphasizes knowing unit types and positioning them advantageously in formations. Magic is categorized into attack, support, and recovery, advising players to use it strategically and conserve MP, especially in longer battles and boss encounters. Summon magic is presented as unique, creating a temporary extra unit on the field, independent of the main army. Skills are highlighted as distinct from magic, often involving direct attacks and being usable multiple times, adding another layer to character customization and combat options beyond just spells. The point section focuses specifically on boss battles, recommending players to swarm bosses with a large number of units. It points out that bosses are significantly stronger than regular enemies, making one-on-one fights difficult. The advice is to overwhelm bosses with numbers, using strong units, attack-boosting magic, and prioritizing damage while healers provide support from the rear. This suggests a practical, tactical approach to overcoming challenging boss encounters in the game. This page presents gameplay hints for a Saturn RPG, likely continuing the focus on Langrisser 2 from the previous page. It's divided into 4 scenarios, offering strategic advice. The first scenario, New Theory, Forest of Gildan's House, is about getting lost and finding a restaurant in a monster-filled forest. The hint suggests using specific items and guiding villagers, implying a time-sensitive objective to enter the restaurant and potentially earn a reward. The second scenario, Heroic Warriors of Generations, involves encountering suspicious individuals and battles to determine the true protagonist. Hints mention approaching certain characters and avoiding damage, pointing to a story-driven encounter with combat challenges. The third scenario, The Man's Beauty and Queen Lady, features strange enemies and a mysterious Queen Lady. Animation. Hints mention looking for a blue light and interacting with default, suggesting a puzzle-solving element to uncover the identity of this female character. The final scenario, Strongest Enemy, focuses on a very difficult stage with powerful enemies. It emphasizes the challenge and game over condition if the commander falls. The hints advise clearing specific stages and listening to a character named Aruta Marira for clues, suggesting a complex boss encounter that needs specific preparation. Lastly, a section on Other Hidden Elements and Heroine System reveals the presence of hidden items across all stages, requiring unit placement to discover them, and encouraging thorough map exploration. It also touches upon a heroine system, where female character relationships evolve based on dialogue choices, adding a relationship simulation element to the game. This page dives into Far East of Eden, The Apocalypse IV, or Tengai Makyo Daion no Mokushiroku as it's known here. It's a big feature in this issue, calling it a special feature RPG. The page kicks off with a review of what's been happening so far in the series, explaining that this latest installment is set in America, a pretty big shift from the usual Japanese setting we're used to in Far East of Eden games. They're making a point that while past games had a Japanese vibe, this one's all about the American motif and stage. The article then highlights the game's key features as beautiful movies and lots of events. It emphasizes the impressive movie scenes used throughout. There are screenshots showcasing various in-game scenes and movie moments to give you a taste of what to expect in the Apocalypse IV. It's sounding like a very cinematic RPG with a strong focus on story events and visual presentation. Far East of Eden. The Apocalypse IV emphasizes accessibility and enjoyment. The game features a simplified command input system for battles, designed to be beginner-friendly while offering flashy special attacks. Dungeon exploration utilizes a top-down perspective, promising a balance of challenge and fun for all players. The game includes a unique PLGS system managing in-game time, influencing events. A leg-length old man system allows interaction with a growing girl, a distinctive RPG element. Impressive battle animations enabled by the CD-ROM format are highlighted. Players earn money through monster hunting. An original NPC editor lets players create their own NPC faces within a 24 by 24 pixel grid, voiced by Yoko Yamadera, promoting player customization and immersion. This page details the main characters of Far East of Eden. The Apocalypse IV. The protagonist, Raishin, Thunder God, a quiet but passionate monster hunter, is raised by Red Bear and carries the symbol of a fallen tribe. He meets Yum, Dream-Seeing, a seemingly fragile girl with immense hidden powers. Supporting characters include Ace, bodyguard Cherry Arfins who transforms into the American hero Ace, Bob, a hot-blooded Jamaican wrestler, Yuno, an Indian female warrior who hates demons, and Red Bear, Raishin's mysterious mentor. Additional characters include Zengo, an American fascinated by Japanese culture, Kamon, a mysterious ninja-like robot, Torai, a cheerful Chinese boss, and Seiya, a fortune-teller who guides Raishin. Character art and screenshots accompany each introduction, showcasing the diverse cast. This page showcases more formidable area bosses from Far East of Eden, the Apocalypse IV. We have the Pure Silver Blizzard and the Dark Lover Candy, followed by Thousand-Faced Terry and Madam Appetite. Then there's the Mad Pleasure Skullbeat and Fresh Blood Belladonna, along with Dr. M and TV Man. Below, we see Labyrinth de la Croix and Great Calbi, concluding with Beast God Logos. The feature highlights the dark black cult leader Sanetomo, describing him as a powerful area boss leading the dark black cult. They are searching for children of God and instilling fear in people, acting as the 12 apostles of judgment spreading across America. Some use sorcery, and others turn people into zombies, creating labyrinths in people's minds. The Thunder Gods are heading to New York to confront them and bring peace. Lastly, the page teases more secrets of the fourth Revelation record within the game, mentioning hidden mysteries and powerful items related to magic and special attacks, suggesting players should look forward to more information in the next issue. The image shows a scene of what looks like Mount McKinley in flames, hinting at the powerful items hidden there. This page is all about Funky Fantasy, a new simulation RPG from Yoshimoto Kogyo for the Sega Saturn. It's described as packed with gag elements and is set to be released on November 15th for 5,800 yen. The page focuses on the game's opening, promising a funny and surprising introduction. The game boasts 3D modeled characters and a story set in a fantasy world that might feel familiar, but with a comedic twist. The story revolves around the Great King and the Yoshimole Kingdom, with players taking on the role of royal guards to protect the princess. The game features dialogue scenes with branching storylines based on choices and battles, offering replayability. We are introduced to characters like Shay Apnable, who is presented as charming, Jean Fleck, who is very confident, and Bunny Moon, who seems a little bit naive and prone to making mistakes. Also highlighted is the weapon shop, Born Co., run by a duo who appear to be comedians. The shop is said to sell unique and interesting weapons. The screenshots show various aspects of the game, including gameplay scenes, character close-ups, and the weapon shop interface, all hinting at a lighthearted and fun fantasy adventure. This page reveals the radically changed game system of Funky Fantasy. It highlights 3 core systems that make the game unique: movement and attack, summon and control, and the card system. Movement and attack system is described as turn-based, but separates movement and attack phases, requiring players to strategically plan unit movements, considering the whole battlefield, not just individual units. The attack flow section explains that battles can involve multiple monsters attacking at once,
and emphasizes the importance of tactical positioning, including using ranged attacks and surrounding enemies to gain an advantage. The summon and control system is centered around the monster system, where characters can control monsters using magic circles. It points out that while powerful monsters are available, they require more MP to control. Lastly, the card system is presented as a major feature. Players use cards during battles to boost attack, defense, or movement, adding a layer of strategic card management to combat and decision-making during play. The reviewer seems impressed with these new systems and how they will change the simulation RPG gameplay experience.
Ogre Battle for the Saturn is presented as a simulation RPG revolution. The game's strategic progression is outlined through a series of steps. Players begin with unit formation, arranging characters strategically. Then, unit dispatch sends these units to secure strategic locations, followed by city release, liberating enemy-controlled cities. Successfully liberating cities, influenced by character alignment, Ali, and charisma, Cha, provides access to shops and tarot cards. The Ogre Battle Basic Strategy 5 articles emphasizes strategic gameplay.
Crucially, the game warns against overkilling low-level enemies as it negatively affects Ali and Cha.
High-Che characters are vital for liberating cities, boosting public support, which is reflected in the Chaos Frame. Managing the Chaos Frame through actions, like limiting enemy kills and utilizing High-Che characters, is key to a successful campaign. This guide to Ogre Battle for Saturn emphasizes strategic character utilization. Effective unit positioning is critical, with front and rear placement affecting attack types. Include aerial units like Hawkmen and Griffons for their speed and terrain advantages. Gameplay focuses on overwhelming enemies, finding allies by liberating cities, and defeating stage bosses. Key strategies include planning class changes based on level, alignment, and charisma.
Collect tarot cards for battle enhancements.
Finally, it advises keeping the main character's unit away from direct combat early on, focusing on city liberation and leveling in liberated areas. This page is dedicated to Tactics Ogre and highlights its strategic depth, calling it the pinnacle of simulation RPGs. It emphasizes the game's unique tactical battles, drawing a close comparison to the tactics genre.
The page details 3 key features.
Firstly, it talks about the 3D maps with varying elevations. These maps aren't just pretty, they're crucial to gameplay. Positioning is key, as higher ground provides advantages in attacks, while terrain can be used for cover. The game incorporates strategic elements, like hiding units to avoid damage. They mention utilizing terrain and elevation strategically is essential for victory. Secondly, it describes the real-time plus turn battle system, a non-alternate turn system. While time flows in real time, battles are turn-based. The order of turns isn't strictly alternating. Instead, it's determined by character speed and the weight of their equipment. This creates a unique rhythm in battles and emphasizes the importance of character stats and equipment choices. The page shows a formula. Character speed plus equipment weight equals the turn order. Thirdly, it introduces the concept of large-scale battles featuring over 10 characters, plus guest characters. These guest characters are AI-controlled units that participate in battles, adding another layer of strategic depth. They act independently, following their own intentions, and contributing to the battle, making each scenario even more dynamic. The page suggests these guest characters are helpful in tougher battles. This page is a special feature dedicated to Grandia, a highly anticipated Saturn RPG from GameArts. It highlights the game's impressive 3D CG graphics and its ambition to become a flagship title for Saturn RPGs. The article emphasizes the overwhelming real-time 3D CG world that Grandia is creating. It mentions that the backgrounds are fully rendered in 3D CG, providing detailed and immersive environments. The characters themselves are described as having richly expressive hand-drawn 2D graphics, boasting over 20,000 animation patterns, a considerable amount of detail for the time. The combination of 3D backgrounds and 2D characters is touted as creating a new type of adventure drama. Character design is credited to comic artist Kamui Kohatani, known for works like Shanghai Mermaid Puppets, and the music is being handled by Noriyuki Iwadare and the Game Arts sound team, including Takeshi Miyagi, promising high production values. The Grangrafon engine is also name-dropped as the technology powering the game. The page includes screenshots showcasing the battle system, described as a command input style battle of kings, and cinematic CG movie scenes, teasing impressive visual presentation. The article concludes by mentioning the development is progressing well, focusing on system refinement, with the aim for a spring or early summer release. This page is about Baroque, a 3D RPG in development for the Saturn. It's highlighted as a major Saturn original title with a unique atmosphere and innovative systems. Coming from Sting, the creators of Treasure Hunter Beeg, Baroque is set in a 3D dungeon environment, where items and the world itself are constantly changing. The story revolves around a protagonist who has lost their memory and is trying to atone for their sins by venturing into the Nerve Tower. The game world has been warped by a great heat wave, leading to strange events and a distorted reality. The gameplay emphasizes item usage and strategic action, with item effects being crucial for progress. The story explores themes of memory, sin, and consciousness within the context of the Nerve Tower. Screenshots show the game's distinctive visual style and characters. An interview section discusses the development status, mentioning that the game is about 13% complete and currently focusing on foundation work. The interviewer notes the overwhelming atmosphere of the development scene, to which the developer replies, "It's like a great heat wave is raging," indicating intense development efforts. The developer also highlights the unique world and space of Baroque, emphasizing its distinctiveness compared to other games. The planned release timeframe is still vague, but the developer expresses excitement and encourages anticipation for the game. In 1996, the Saturn's RPG lineup featured several anticipated titles. Airs Adventure RPG offers a dramatic adventure with beautiful CG backgrounds and 2D battles, while Dragon Knight is a 3D dungeon RPG with a unique story. Dragon Master Silk is another 3D dungeon RPG, focusing on treasure hunting and intuitive gameplay. Additional titles include HT&T Dragon's Heaven, Terra Fantastica, Slayers, The Ambitious Lunar Eternal Blue, Magic Academy Lunar, and the action RPG Faradown. SEGA is actively strengthening the RPG presence, with the impending releases of Grandia and GD-Net RPGs, promising a richer gaming experience for Saturn RPG fans. This page presents a special feature on Saturn RPGs, highlighting 16 titles that are available to play right now. It focuses on one game in particular, Cyberdoll, which is described as the definitive cyberpunk RPG. The page showcases screenshots emphasizing the game's atmosphere and gameplay. Cyberdoll is set in a near future where a disease causes muscle degeneration. To combat this, people convert to cyborgs. The story revolves around the protagonist joining the Debuggers, an organization fighting against dark visitors. The game's atmosphere and worldview are likened to the movie Blade Runner, creating a mature and human drama in an RPG format. Gameplay-wise, Cyberdoll emphasizes strategic combat from a distance, utilizing various weapons. The game features customizable parts, allowing players to assemble their ideal cyborg by combining different components. The page mentions that you can acquire parts by defeating enemies and enhance your cyborg's abilities like attack, defense, speed, and carrying capacity. Cyberdoll from IMAX was released on August 9, 1996, priced at 6,800 yen, and is rated for players 18 and over. Reader reviews gave it an impressive 8.4, while editorial reviews scored it 6.33. This page continues the special feature on Saturn RPGs and focuses on Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner, also known as Demon Summoner.
It highlights the game as a 3D dungeon RPG and a spin-off from the popular Shin Megami Tensei series. The article describes the game's world as set in a unique setting that mixes the occult with modern cityscapes like Hirosaka City. You play as the protagonist, who gets caught up in supernatural events during a date. The page emphasizes the demon negotiation system, where you can talk to demons to persuade them to join you. It also discusses the demon fusion system, which has been enhanced, allowing for even more interesting and powerful demon combinations. It explains that by combining demons, you can create even stronger demons, including normally unobtainable mythical beasts or deities. The game features 3D dungeons and environments, such as forests and apartments, rendered realistically. There is also a section called Software Bank, reviewing the game's manual and world guide. It praises the manual for detailing the game's world, including demon classifications, mythology, and the relationships between gods. It seems to recommend the guide as a valuable resource for understanding the game's lore and background. Overall, the page presents Devil Summoner as an engaging RPG with deep demon negotiation and fusion mechanics within a unique modern occult setting. The Sega Saturn boasts a diverse RPG library. Albert Odyssey Gaiden offers action-packed battles with anime-style visuals. Dark Savior is a 3D action RPG with branching storylines and boss-focused combat. Magic Knight Rayearth brings the anime to life with its faithful adaptation. Wizardry Vi and V2 Complete compiles classic dungeon-crawling experiences with updated graphics. Virtual Hydlide is a 3D action RPG with exploration and item management. Lastly, Riglord Saga is a 3D simulation RPG where strategic combat and character skills are key to rebuilding a kingdom. This 1996 SEGA Saturn magazine feature highlights 8 RPGs. Blue Seed is a card battle RPG based on an anime. Shining Wisdom is an action RPG focusing on movement and magic control. Sword and Sorcery features strategic battles in a comical story. FIDA Remake Emblem of Justice is a simulation RPG remake with enhanced visuals. Thor Spirit King Chronicle is an action RPG centered on spirit collection. Wrangle River Story is an action RPG focusing on weapon cultivation. Space Science World Gulliver Boy is an adventure RPG combining science and magic, incorporating trading. Great Adventure San Elmo's Mystery is a simulation RPG combining dungeon exploration, trading, and naval battles. This page is a Sega Saturn Software Complete Guide and prominently features Sakura from Street Fighter, suggesting a focus on fighting games. The page highlights special command inputs, revealing the command for True Akuma in Street Fighter Alpha 2 and a command for Kuma-chan in Fighting Vipers. It appears to be guiding players on released Sega Saturn software and lists game guides starting from page 181. His guides cover Street Fighter Alpha 2, Fighting Vipers, Sega Rally Championship Plus, and Real Bout Fatal Fury. This Street Fighter 02 guide aims to assist struggling players. Insights are provided by a panel of writers: Capcom's Fukumoto, a balance expert; Masa, an arcade content creator; Takap, a veteran writer; Mami Rinji, a Sakura fan; Ken Rao, a writer finding the changes confusing; and Suzuki Atsuko, who favors Ken, grapplers, and other fighting games. The guide offers advice and reflections on the game's mechanics and characters. A Big Scoop announces the usability of Shin Akuma. The page utilizes manga panels showcasing player frustrations, with an overarching theme of "Teach me," signifying its intention to guide players. My, Our, Bad, Tell Me Why is a Street Fighter 02 guide addressing player questions about gameplay. It's split into system issues and command input issues. System issues covers game mechanics, such as why characters feel weaker and the series timeline. Zero is a parallel world to Street Fighter 2. It also discusses potential game ports. Command input issues focuses on move execution. Players struggle with 360-degree commands, like Zangief's, with advice emphasizing rhythm and cleaner execution. Players also have difficulty with the Dragon Punch, Shoryuken, with the guide recommending using the Z-shape mental aid and practicing the motion slowly. Finally, it addresses reliable super combo execution, providing input examples, and stressing rhythmic button presses. The guide aims to offer relatable and helpful solutions to common player problems. This guide addresses player struggles against the CPU in Street Fighter Alpha 2. Against Sakura, players should anticipate her aggression and counter-jump attacks. To defeat Dhalsim's Yoga Inferno, avoid predictable jumps and interrupt with your own attacks, or use teleports/guarding. Facing CPU Ryu, be patient, wait for Hadokens, and punish with jumping attacks. Avoid close-range combat. Birdie players should use jump kicks to open up Zangief for command throws, as standard throws are unreliable. Gen players should use zero combos and prioritize jump-in attacks. Exploit openings after boss guard breaks. A side story section discusses applying Psycho Seal stickers neatly. SEGA Saturn Magazine offers Street Fighter Alpha 2-player advice. For Relento's Techno Prisoner, use it strategically to interrupt projectiles. To beat Ken, remain calm, analyze patterns, and counter with jump attacks or throws after blocked Hadokens. Against Rose, avoid predictable jump-ins, use Hadokens to control space, and utilize forward rolls as Ken. For Sakura vs Sagat, focus on reacting to tiger shots. Approach with crouching strong kicks to block both high and low tiger shots, varying jump-in timings. The magazine also playfully answers a question about Palma's location in arcades. This page delves into player questions and fighting game strategies, focusing on Street Fighter Alpha 2. A player asks for advice on using Guy, and the magazine suggests utilizing spacing, mixing strong and weak attacks, and incorporating special moves like the Bushin Whirlwind Kick and Izuna drop-in combos. Another player questions if Dhalsim is weak, but the magazine argues he's strong in skilled hands, emphasizing his zoning abilities and ability to control space. Someone else laments that friends won't play against their Chun-Li due to her perceived harassment tactics. The magazine suggests being considerate of opponents and implying Chun-Li's playstyle might be frustrating for some. A major topic explored is hams, or trap-like tactics, in fighting games, not just limited to Street Fighter Alpha 2. The magazine discusses how some players view hams as unfair, particularly moves like kick-based corner traps. The magazine counters that hams are a part of the game and can be overcome with skill, suggesting it's about outplaying opponents within the game's rules. Finally, a female player asks if it's odd for a woman to play Zangief. The magazine dismisses the idea and encourages players to choose characters freely, regardless of gender stereotypes. This article unveils the secret to playing as Shin Guki, Akuma, in Street Fighter Alpha 2. The magazine excitedly reveals that Akuma, usually a CPU-only boss, is now a selectable character with his formidable power intact, including faster special moves like Gao Hadouken and Zanku Hadouken. He can even cancel a standing strong punch into a Hadouken, a move that regular Akuma can't do. The article also details a hidden course in survival mode, activated by holding LR or IL during character selection. The L button unlocks the most challenging course, featuring Shin Guki as the final boss. The page likely contains the directional input sequence needed to unlock Akuma, promising to enhance the Street Fighter Alpha 2 experience with the ultimate hidden warrior and a more difficult survival mode. The next page unveils a scoop about fighting Vipers, revealing a Big Head mode. Apparently, after you've played 200 matches, a new Big Head mode option appears. This mode transforms the characters into super deformed, three-headed versions with comically large heads. The magazine emphasizes the humor and fun of this mode, suggesting it changes the gameplay experience significantly. There's also an option mode section highlighting a big head setting that you can toggle on to activate this mode. Character portraits of Grace, Bon, Raxel, Tokyo, Sandman, and Jane are shown, all with their new, oversized heads. Descriptions for each character touch on their exaggerated features in this mode, like Raxel's tiny face or Bon's giant head. The page then shifts to another feature, removing the ring wall display. This wall disp-off mode is described as Hidden Stage 2 feature, which eliminates the visual representation of the ring walls in fighting Vipers. This is said to improve visibility and make for more comfortable play, removing the obstructive walls. The conditions to unlock this mode are mentioned as achieving 300 or more OK marks in training mode. It suggests using training mode to practice techniques and rack up those OK marks, aiming for at least 300 to unlock the wall-less play. This page is all about Panda from Fighting Vipers, declaring him the strongest throw character. They're really emphasizing the humor in his move names and are excited to reveal all his secrets. To even unlock Panda, you apparently need to play over 50 matches. There's a massive move list table showing all sorts of Panda's attacks, standing punches, middle punches, throws, and more with their commands and conditions. The reviewer calls the standing punch attacks reliable, specifically mentioning the Happy Bear Barrel. For middle punches, they point out the variety and suggest the Oxtail Stack as a good armor-breaking move. Throws are clearly Panda's specialty, especially the Super Washington Treaty throw, which sounds very powerful. There's also a section on original techniques, hinting at some unique moves, and another section covering other aspects of playing Panda. Even the developers from AM2 Research chimes in, saying Panda is a character you can really get into and master. Basically, this page is a complete guide to dominating with Panda in fighting Vipers. The next page is all about Pepsiman's complete move list, officially revealed by AM2 Research. They're calling this the definitive guide to Pepsiman's techniques in fighting Vipers 2, correcting some incomplete info from a previous issue. The page hypes up Pepsiman's unlimited combinations and how he can pull off crazy combos that leave opponents defenseless. There's a massive table breaking down all of Pepsiman's moves. It's categorized by attack type like standing punch, standing kick, middle punch, middle kick, crouching punch and kick, jump attacks, throws, down attacks, turning attacks, and running attacks, and even wall techniques. For each move, you get the move name, the command inputs, any conditions for execution, and a power rating. It looks like a seriously in-depth breakdown of everything Pepsiman can do. Aside from the move list, there are sections discussing a product called Alba Spoon and its marketing within games. It seems like they're giving away premium Alba Spoon special presents and mentioning a P220 prize in connection with it. It talks about Alba Spoon Vipers and how it was marketed within SEGA Saturn games, targeting young people. And it was quite successful. They even mentioned early adopters of Alba Spoon and how they were trendsetters. This page dives into SEGA Rally Championship Plus, offering expert tips for conquering the desert and forest courses. It emphasizes that knowing the driving line is crucial, especially for the right-hand corner after the CP checkpoint on the desert course. The guide recommends an out-and-out line and maintaining a full four-wheel drift. For the curves after jumps, it advises sticking to the right line during jumps and adjusting steering as tires touch down. It also points out that braking deeper after the CP corner is key for the desert stage. For the final corner, it suggests analog controllers give an edge for subtle adjustments. Moving on to the forest course, it highlights 3 tricky spots there. The first is a big right corner before the 1 CP, noting the changing curve radius and poor visibility. Again, out and out is the line, advising to brake while turning in. The gravel section is mentioned as a slide area, and for the tunnel, it's full throttle in 4th gear with an out-and-out approach. The hairpin corner requires full braking and shifting down to 2nd gear, aiming for 120 km per hour. The guide stresses that gravel sections are tough and require quick steering adjustments, and for hairpins, early operation is key. Analog controllers are once more recommended for gravel and stratus areas, likely referring to straights or flat sections, offering better control. The target time for the forest course is mentioned as around 1 minute and 20 seconds. This guide focuses on the expert-level mountain and lakeside courses in SEGA Rally Championship Plus. The mountain course demands mastery of side-slipping from 1 CP to 2 CP, requiring practice and precise steering through S-curves. Smooth driving and avoiding excessive rear-end slide are crucial in stratus sections. Use 1st gear if needed. Half throttle is recommended for corners after 2 CP and in city areas. The lakeside course emphasizes continuous cornering, particularly the right-hand turns. The guide suggests dropping to 3rd gear, using brakes to initiate drift, and counter-steering to maintain it. Half throttle is advised for stratus sections. Counter-steering and careful accelerator control are essential due to the car's tendency to slide. For Celica or Delta cars, 3rd or 4th gear with half throttle might be better for grip. The target lap time is around 1 minute 6 seconds. This page is a report on a real bout Fatal Fury tournament called the Rival Rider Showdown. It highlights a big battle where Slank's Mr. Umemoto participated, making it a huge free-for-all event. The tournament report details the matches, stating that everyone played aggressively and used continuous special moves, especially by player. The report mentions a nail-biting match, where initially had the upper hand, but eventually lost to in a close final. The highlights section focuses on 2 matches,
Umasuge vs Takabe, and Umemoto vs Kenru. In the Umasuge vs Takabe match, it seems Umasuge was expected to win, but Takabe played solidly and won.
The second highlighted match is between Snake's Mr.
Umemoto and Kenru, which is described as a match with a strong SNK vibe. It mentions that Kenru played Yuri Sakazaki, and Umemoto played Joe Higashi, and Umemoto won this match decisively. The page concludes by noting the excitement and surprise of the event, hinting at future developments and another rematch.
There's also a small section introducing Mr.
Umemoto as a well-known figure at SNK, involved in PR, game development, and even playing games in his spare time.
This report details the real bout Fatal Fury tournament.
Ray achieved a clean victory, defeating Asamiya Kyoji in 2 matches, showcasing strong play with Billy Kane and Duck King. The final match between Otojima 35 and Francois 1 was a close battle, with Otojima 35 ultimately winning after a comeback, utilizing Kim Kafwan and Geese Howard. The report also mentions Takabe, the expected winner, and comments on character choices.
Mr.
Umemoto provided commentary, using his catchphrase, "Today's Choshiri freeze," reflecting on his frustration with losing and enjoying chocolate. Participant comments followed, with players like Umasuge, Francois 1, Kenru, and Asamiya Kyoji expressing their thoughts and rematch desires. Finally, a results matrix summarized the tournament outcomes between the players. This page introduces Rara Gameware and explores the keyword techno in the context of gaming. It seems to be a special 2-page feature in the magazine that delves into the connection between new digital media, gaming, and techno music. The GW Sound Corner, with GW's Sound, Hiroyuki Nagashima, discusses techno, suggesting it as a key word. He reflects on his early experiences with techno, mentioning influences like Yellow Magic Orchestra, Kraftwerk, and the Walker Brothers. He talks about the shift in music from band-based to more machine-oriented sounds.
The page also features GW No.
2 special feature, Harumi Hosono, and GW No. 3 special feature, Denki Groove, indicating upcoming features on these Japanese musicians. The content suggests interviews and articles related to music and gaming, possibly focusing on how techno music and the feeling it evokes are relevant to the gaming experience. Finally, there's a Nemo's Talk section, where DJ Nemo shares his thoughts on games and music, mentioning the enjoyable nature of games like Teleco Tower Mystery and the satisfaction of completing them. He also humorously comments on the repetitive nature of shooting games. This page offers a mix of gaming secrets, reviews, and cultural commentary. Gamers can find hidden commands in GW3 to unlock poses, and in Protector Man for debug mode boss fights. Game pickup reviews, Pibit Boy no Daibuken 3, a puzzle battle game praised for its gameplay and graphics. Yasuto Higuchi explores techno music's influence, connecting artists like YMO to the rise of digital media and gaming. DJ Nemo's Talk discusses the excitement of console commercials and reflects on digital culture's themes of loneliness and affection, inviting reader input. This page is showcasing a range of premium goods for Sakura Wars. They are advertising a limited edition Sakura Wars teacup, which is said to release a scent when hot water is poured into it, alongside crystal key holders featuring character artwork, and postcard and photo stands for displaying your favorite images. There are also premium posters for stores, and a Crystrom called Imperial Assault Force Member Directory, which seems to contain character information and data. It also mentions Flash SEGA Saturn Volume 9, which is likely a video collection. All of these items are highlighted as being super premium and difficult to obtain, targeted at dedicated Sakura Wars enthusiasts. The page also directs readers to a website for more information about these and other Red Company-related goods. This page is from the Abbey Style column, marking its 13th installment, and this time they are tackling putter golf and darts. Abebe, along with Komi and Chichan, decided to try these out because their recent work has been keeping them occupied. Round 1 was putter golf, which they initially thought would be easy, relying more on athletic ability than skill. However, they quickly realized it's a delicate sport requiring precision, and it wasn't as easy as they first assumed. Despite this, Abebe came out victorious. Moving on to round 2, it was darts, and Abebe dominated again. Apparently, the cameraman was also playing and lost to Abebe, which bruised their ego a bit. The three of them,
Abebe, Chi-chan, and Komi continued playing darts until they were exhausted, hinting at another rematch next time. The location for these games was Hatasu Sports Plaza, which they describe as a great place offering bowling, table tennis, darts, arcade games, karaoke, and even restaurants. They seem to be regulars there and appreciate the variety of entertainment. It appears they enjoyed their time at Hatasu Sports Plaza and are grateful to them for hosting their challenge. This page is dedicated to ELF and their games, primarily focusing on merchandise for Classmates 2 and promoting Dragon Knight 2. There's a big advertisement for a limited edition first-run ELF original Classmates 2 uniform. It's a complete 5-piece set, including a blazer, vest, blouse, skirt, and ribbon, costing 59,800 yen. They detail how to pre-order this uniform if you're interested. Additionally, they are selling Classmates 2 posters using the artwork from the game packaging, available in medium and large sizes. If you're looking to decorate your room with cute girls, these are suggested for you. Moving on, there's a section about Dragon Knight 2, clearly stating it's for adults only and not suitable for anyone under 18. They highlight the game's Monster Girl graphics and seem to be offering a Dragon Knight 2 Teleka as a present, advising readers to send in postcards to apply. Lastly, the page includes information about the ELF shop and their fan club, mentioning membership benefits and contact details for inquiries. It's a mix of game-related merchandise and mature-themed game promotion. This page dives into the world of SEGA M3 research with Rush, focusing on the charm of a character named Tommy. They're wrapping up their popular character creation discussions from RASPRO and score attack guides for Gunbear, with this being the final installment for Gunbear and hinting at exciting developments to come. They also mention that the Bakaroon guides are worth checking out too. There's a narrative piece from Hiroshi Takami, reminiscing about younger days with Tommy and friends skateboarding together happily. He tells a story about a sudden incident where Tommy was cornered in an old factory by older delinquents. Despite being outnumbered, Tommy fought back fiercely using a metal pipe, taking down the attackers, and then uttered a cool line at the end. It sounds like a backstory or scene setting for a game featuring Tommy. Finally, there's a section from the designer who mentions the unexpectedly large female fanbase and appreciates the feedback on the CG. They apologize for any delayed replies and thank everyone for their postcards. They also mention Yoko Yoko will be featured next time and credit the AM3 research publicity designer Ojino Hiroshi. This page continues the Making of Character series, focusing on Tommy's creation by Hiroshi Tommy for Rush. They explain that after designing the main character and rival, Tommy was conceived as a slightly younger character, a boy on the cusp of adulthood but not quite there yet, from a wealthy background. This background inspired the idea of him forming a rider team. Initially, Tommy's fashion and team affiliation went through changes, evolving to a border team and incorporating a cross-street stage. His design was refined to exude a more youthful and energetic vibe, with adjustments made to his head, hands, and feet in the modeling process to emphasize his youthfulness. Tommy's weapon, the battle stick, is highlighted. The team researched various martial arts, not just Chinese kung fu, but also Okinawan martial arts, citing influences from movie series like Shaolin Temple and Adventure of Li Lin Che. They mention that Tommy's staff combat is intended to be structurally simple, easy to handle, and visually appealing. The development process involved many iterations and adjustments to his proportions and fighting style, particularly focusing on making his reach longer for gameplay balance, which was a consistent challenge from the initial RASPRO concept. Screenshots demonstrate in-game action and some of the moves Tommy can perform. They wanted to ensure the difference in reach between weapon types was apparent, and achieving this weapon reach difference appeal was a key goal from the RASPRO days, and something they felt they were still refining. The next page continues the combo introduction series, and this time it's the final part for beginners. It's all about character combos in Rush, Volume 3, featuring Nagi and Zaimoku. They're highlighting combos for beginners, but also touching on more advanced tactics like using cancels and mind games. For Nagi, they showcase combos using moves like the Rising Kick and Goddess Shear, with variations involving button combinations like K, P plus K, and PPK. They emphasize timing and damage, pointing out which combos are easier or deal more damage. For Zaimoku, they introduce aerial combos, described as his specialty, and focus on moves like the side hammer and rock-breaking blow-off, leading into powerful follow-up attacks. They mention Well-Thigh Volcanic Eruption Strike as a strong final blow for Zaimoku. The page ends with a section on Zaimoku's head split,
down plus P, move, noting it's a useful down attack when opponents are getting up, ensuring a solid hit. Overall, it's a practical guide to get players started with effective combos for these two rush characters. This page is diving into the secrets of Gray from Rush, exploring the mysteries behind this Gray character and what makes him tick. The developers, Anbu and Yamashita, are interviewed about Gray's design and gameplay. Apparently, Gray has been a secret character from the start. The developers mention that in Model 2, which is likely the arcade hardware, they were pushing the technical limits to create realistic movements like clothing and hair for characters. Gray was designed with this in mind, and they used environment mapping to achieve his gray metallic look, simulating reflections and textures. This was a challenge, simplifying shading calculations to give him a unique visual style. To unlock Gray in the game, you need to achieve a perfect rating in a match and win with it. The conditions are described as quite strict, suggesting it's a difficult task to unlock him. The interview touches on Gray's strength and AI. They hint that Gray might be intentionally very strong and intelligent in the game, even perhaps too much so. They also talk about the story connection to Gray, saying that he isn't directly tied into the main story, but is related to the ending. They tease that more about Gray will be revealed later. Finally, the developers jokingly play coy about Gray's true nature, hinting at secrets and leaving players wanting more. The Rush game is introducing Gray versions for all 8 characters, each with unique visual and gameplay changes. Yusaku gains a full-tuned Gunkata fighting style, Joe becomes grounded, Tommy is nearly unrecognizable, and Lisa becomes more aggressive. Yoko remains recognizable and is stronger. Kurosawa becomes more violent. Nagi's strength is emphasized, and Zaimoku gains greater power. Additionally, a section prompts players to find Akexia's signboard, hidden in 3 locations: Joe's rooftop, Nagi's stage, and an obstacle stage, hinting at clues within screenshots. Finally, a new junkyard stage is teased, with the promise of more secrets awaiting discovery. This page is showcasing the completion of the Respuro Music CD and introducing a new publisher appearance, hinting at exciting developments. The column, AM3 Research Press Today's Norimaki, is highlighting this release. The page prominently features Joe and new publisher appearance, suggesting a focus on the character Joe from the game Rush. Given the previous page context, this could be related to the character's visual redesigns mentioned as part of the Gray versions on the previous page. There's a This Week's Treasure Present where they're giving away a poster and stickers related to Respuro to lucky readers. The Respuro Illustration Corner Volume 6 is displaying fan art submissions. Some featured artists include PN Takumi, PN Nakanishi Koruki, PN Fujiwara Mitsuki, and Tsuruta Shiru. Comments around the artwork suggest a strong, perhaps aggressive or hellish style, referencing "Go to Hell" in relation to one submission. They're also having a illustration big recruitment for more fan art submissions. The page also includes a picture of AM3 Research Bishi, who seems to be in charge of the illustration corner, encouraging readers to send in their artwork. This page provides a strategic overview of the arcade game Gunblade NY. The content begins with humorous commentary on the game's difficulty, encouraging players to aim for specific endings and secrets. A central section highlights key individuals involved in the game's development and features an image setting the game's location. The primary focus is a strategy guide for the final Midtown Night stage. It advises a calm, strategic approach, using the map to understand enemy placement, employing cover, and emphasizing reaction speed. The guide recommends focusing attacks on enemies within view, effectively bunching them up, and utilizing both ground and air for strategic advantage. The page concludes with a mission complete statement, hinting at future content. Logos confirm the game is operational, developed by SEGA, and runs on the Model 2 board. This page continues Drive, Watari's lecture series, focusing on Volume 15 and the game HBV05 Raiden, part of the Computer Battle Machine Virtual On series, helmed by Chief Director Juro Watari from Sega AM3 Research Institute. It seems to be a strategy guide for Level 31, called Head Cover Bottom. The page recaps the story so far, and then dives into strategic advice for navigating this level. It mentions tactics for breaking through the lower limit, and advancing through areas like Shaft 4 and Hard Membrane. There's a section on a maneuver called Instant Crush Entry, which sounds like a high-impact attack strategy against enemies like SATURN and Bimorph robots. The guide also advises players to move along the partition wall and utilize cover effectively to deal with the enemy waves. A detailed map of level 31 is provided, clearly marking shaft locations, hard membrane areas, and enemy positions to help players strategize their routes. The guide also lists different enemy types, categorized from A to D, specifying their pilot ranks and machine variations, such as Pilot Richo Jr. in a 205 machine, and Pilot Bimorph Military Police in a 200 machine, indicating varying difficulty and combat styles. Overall, it's a tactical breakdown of a challenging level in Virtual On, offering players insights into enemy deployment and level layout to improve their gameplay. This page continues the strategy guide for Virtual On Cyber Troopers Level 31, focusing on tactics against the SATURN and Bimorph robots. It describes the strategy for engaging these enemies, emphasizing precise positioning and movement. The guide mentions that SATURN and Bimorph are approaching from the left front and right front respectively, and players should anticipate their movements. It details an encounter where a player, designated as SATURN, and another player, Bimorph, work together in a coordinated attack. The text suggests this was a risky maneuver, potentially leading to both players being exposed if not executed correctly. The guide also talks about a scenario where Bimorph fired a powerful, full-burst attack, demonstrating the game's dynamic combat. There are diagrams illustrating key tactical positions and movements in the level. One diagram, labeled High-Speed Movement in Linear Formation, shows different angles of attack and movement options. Another diagram, SATURN and Bimorph's Advance Paths, maps out the routes these enemy robots take and suggests strategies for interception. A further diagram, Rotational Movement by Rotational Operation, explains how to use rotational maneuvers to effectively engage multiple enemies surrounding the player. The guide emphasizes that these tactics require precision and timing, especially in confined spaces, but mastering them can give players an edge against tougher opponents and progress through challenging levels like Level 31. This page continues the Virtual On Cyber Troopers Strategy Guide, diving deeper into combat tactics against SATURN and Bimorph. It focuses on utilizing the environment and precise movements to gain an advantage. Diagrams illustrate specific maneuvers, like Bimorph's approach angle, showing how to intercept and counter Bimorph's attacks, emphasizing the need to cut off their advance. Another section, Formation and Blockade, details how to use your own robot as a shield or block to limit enemy movement and create openings. The guide also talks about a block switch tactic, which seems to involve changing your blocking position to throw off enemy attacks and create counterattack opportunities. The concept of surroundings collapse is also explored, which suggests using the environment, possibly destructible elements, to disrupt enemy formations and create chaos in battle. The guide emphasizes that constantly being aware of your surroundings and using them to your advantage is key to mastering these advanced tactics in Virtual On. It points out that these strategies can be quite risky, requiring precise timing and execution to avoid being caught out yourself. Essentially, it's all about outmaneuvering and outsmarting your robotic opponents in the heat of battle. This Virtual On strategy guide focuses on body control tactics against SATURN and Dulcus units. It builds upon previous advice, emphasizing exploiting openings after support attacks and enemy movements. The guide details using the Mega Spin Hammer, MSH, after dodging, jump dashes to confuse opponents, and diagrams illustrating strategies for handling multiple Dulcus units by shifting focus and boosting attacks. Specific diagrams showcase exploiting Dulcus vulnerabilities. Footnotes cover advanced techniques like dealing with combined Dulcus attacks, employing a 180-degree laser tactic, and exploiting SATURN's approach with direct laser attacks. Finally, it recommends using burst shots against an opponent's chest after guarding. The guide stresses aggressive close-quarters combat, precise movement, and understanding enemy attack patterns to exploit weaknesses and achieve victory. This page is all about Dynamite Deca, known internationally as Die Hard Arcade. It's a promotional page announcing an online quiz for fans. Apparently, SEGA has launched a dedicated Dynamite Deca section on their website, which is packed with info like the story, game settings, CG artwork, a catalog of items, and even some secrets about the game. To get people engaged, they're running a quiz, Dynamite Deca Quiz Fierce Battle Edition,
and offering original AM1 Research Institute goods as prizes for lucky winners who answer correctly and send in a postcard. The quiz questions cover various aspects of the game, from its arcade release date and basic controls like using the lever and buttons for punches, kicks, jumps, and bombs, to its original Japanese title, which was Die Hard Arcade, and location test sites. They also ask about the international titles, specifically the American, European, and Asian releases, and even trivia like the names of the two-player sidekick characters, and the in-game time when terrorists take over a building. It seems like Sega really wants players to dive deep into the world of Dynamite Deca and check out their online content. It's a fun way to test your knowledge and possibly win some cool prizes. This page dives into Wave Runner, a large-scale arcade game from Sega that really puts you on a jet ski. It emphasizes the realistic feel of riding the waves, thanks to its unique body motion controls. Apparently, there are 3 different courses to choose from, and this article gives us a sneak peek at the course maps. The page breaks down the controls, explaining how to use the lever for acceleration and steering the handlebars. It then details the 3 available courses: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The beginner course is described as easy and enjoyable for newcomers, with long straightaways and gentle curves, perfect for getting a feel for the game. The intermediate course ups the challenge with hairpin turns in both halves, requiring more skillful handle and weight shifting. It also highlights the scenic caves and waterfalls. Finally, the advanced course is for experienced players, featuring a narrow track, sharp corners, technical layouts, and even small jumps and swerves, making it quite difficult for beginners. Throughout the page, there are screenshots showcasing gameplay on each course, giving a visual idea of the different environments and challenges. The overall tone is enthusiastic, promoting Wave Runner and its varied course experiences. This page is dedicated to Virtua Fighter 3, diving deep into command techniques for Kirayuki, Pai-chan, and Lion Rafale. It's framed as a special command feature, highlighting key moves for each character. For Kirayuki, the article mentions she has a lot of direct striking attacks, making her effective in close quarters. It emphasizes using counterattacks against predictable opponents. Pai-chan is described as a tricky character who excels at low attacks and throws. The page suggests mixing up attacks and throws to keep opponents guessing. Lion Rafale is portrayed as a character with added techniques in Virtua Fighter 3, but the reviewer notes these additions don't significantly change his fighting style. The page then breaks down command lists for each character, detailing various strikes, throws, and special moves with input commands. It also gives brief notes on attack levels like high, mid, and low, and some tactical hints within the tables themselves like punish whiff, guard break, or counter. The article wraps up with advanced tactics for each character, emphasizing things like ring outs for Kira, mastering throws for Pain, and utilizing Lion's quick-stepping. There's also a section on a 3-hit combo and an outside gate top throw move, explained with diagrams. Overall, it's a move list and strategy guide page aimed at helping players improve their Virtua Fighter 3 skills with these 3 characters. This page provides a guide to mastering Sarah and Jackie Bryant and Kagemaru in Virtua Fighter 3. It details their movesets, including command inputs, attack levels, and tactical notes. Sarah's section covers moves like Moon Salto and Somersault Kick, with notes on punishing whiffs and guard breaks. Jackie's moveset includes Switch Step and Spinning Back Knuckle, with insights on chain moves and guard breaks. Kagemaru's section features moves like Side Throw and Shadow Blade, including information on feints and counters. The page highlights specific moves with images and descriptions, and also explains advanced tactics like combos and wall attacks for each character. The guide aims to help players learn and effectively utilize these characters in the game. This page continues the character move guides for Virtua Fighter 3, this time focusing on Wolf Hawkfield, Jeffrey McWild, and Lao Chan. For each character, there's a detailed move list table including the move name, command inputs, attack level, and some tactical notes. It looks like standard move list information you'd expect for fighting game characters. Below the move lists, there are sections that dive deeper into specific combat techniques. These sections use screenshots and diagrams to illustrate points about positioning, counterattacks, and combo setups. For example, there are explanations of Cyclone Whip, Cross Arm Breaker, Calf Branding, and Arm Breaker techniques, offering tips on execution and effectiveness in battle. One section discusses evading and countering, and another about pursuit techniques,
suggesting strategies for both offensive and defensive play in Virtua Fighter 3. It seems to be giving players practical advice to improve their gameplay with these characters. This page continues the Virtua Fighter 3 character move guides, now focusing on the masters of their respective styles: Shundi, the drunken master; Akui Umenokuji, the elegant Aikido user; and Takarashi, the powerful sumo wrestler. For each fighter, you get a detailed breakdown of their moves in table format, showing the command inputs, attack levels, and some tactical advice, all the essential info for mastering each character. Below the move lists, the page dives deeper into specific techniques with helpful screenshots. For Shundi, there's a focus on counterattacks like the body blow counter. Aio's section highlights grappling techniques and combo throws, such as the entangling vine and entangling vine chain, showing how to link them together. Finally, for Takarashi, the spotlight is on his throws and powerful sumo moves like the grasping throw, ogre toss, and even the rock salt splash, which is a running throw attack. It's all about giving you the edge in Virtua Fighter 3, explaining not just the moves, but how to use them effectively in combat, building on the previous page's character guides, and offering more expert insights into gameplay. This interview with Virtua Fighter 3's sound team, Koichi Hiroki and Futami Ito, reveals the evolution of the game's sound design. They aimed for a battle bus sound, intense and impactful, shifting from an initial guitar-focused direction to a rhythm-centric approach. Testing and feedback shaped the final product, including stage-oriented themes replacing character-focused music. The interview highlights the enhanced sound quality enabled by the Model 3 arcade board, resulting in more detailed and impactful sound effects. Soundcheck sections discuss Shadow Maru's creepy voice, favorite tracks like Jeffrey and Lion's themes, and the ending theme's Unexpected Ballad. An announcement for the Virtua Fighter 3 soundtrack release on October 23rd promises a definitive audio experience, including sound effects and detailed sounds, following the positive reception of the VF2 soundtrack. This page is all about the Virtua Fighter Kids Combo Contest results. It's announcing the winning entries and showcasing some impressive combos submitted by players. We've got sections dedicated to different characters like Akira, Pai, Wolf, Sarah, Jeffrey, Shun, Jackie, and Lion, each featuring a specific type of combo such as instant death combos for Akira against the CPU, limited 5-stage combos for Pai and Wolf/Sarah/Pai, and even throw combos for Jeffrey. There's also a section for aerial combos usable by all characters, and some more unique combo types like Combo Ballerina for Sarah, and Few Consecutive Moves for Shun. Interestingly, there's a small section at the bottom highlighting a secret in the SEGA Saturn version of Virtua Fighter 2. Apparently, if you make Shun drink sake repeatedly in Versus mode, his body color will change. It seems like a fun little Easter egg for dedicated players. Overall, this page celebrates the skill and creativity of Virtua Fighter Kids players and shares some cool combo techniques, while also teasing a fun hidden detail in Virtua Fighter 2 on the Saturn. This page features a discussion between Hiro and about the Sega Ages version of Outrun. They're reminiscing about the original Outrun arcade game and discussing the enhancements in this Sega Ages release, specifically for the Saturn. They mention how Outrun was known for its cool sound and music, and how this version captures that essence. Hiro mentions that he was involved in the sound creation for the original game. They talk about the atmosphere and how the music and sound were integral to the Outrun experience. The article highlights 3 key aspects of Outrun in separate sections: the impactful moving cabinet, the gear change gimmick, and the music selection screen. The moving cabinet, a notable feature of the arcade, is discussed in terms of its immersive experience. The gear change system and the drifting mechanics are mentioned as key elements of the gameplay. Finally, they touch upon the iconic music selection screen and the importance of choosing your tunes while driving. They discuss how the music in Outrun was designed to be more than just background noise, contributing significantly to the game's atmosphere. They also mention the technical aspects, like the size of the music data and the challenges of fitting it all in at the time. This text discusses Hiro's work on the music for Outrun and his arranged songs for the Sega Ages release of Fantasy Zone. Hiro emphasizes that Outrun aimed for a feel-good, enjoyable driving experience through cool cars, great music, and simple gameplay. He's pleased with the enduring popularity of the music. For Fantasy Zone, Hiro created arranged versions of the music due to time constraints, aiming to provide something special for the fans. He rates his arrangements at 81/100ths, citing balance and effort, aiming for coolness. He details the arrangements of 4 Outrun songs: Magical Sound Shower, Latin-flavored; Passing Breeze, melancholic; Splash Wave, resort-like; and Last Wave, short and focused. He describes the musical intentions and approaches he took when updating the classic songs. This page dives into the AM2 Research Information Bureau, starting with Virtua Surf and Fighting Vipers goods giveaway. Apparently there's a massive giveaway of Vipers goods, with prizes including Fighting Vipers t-shirts for 10 lucky readers and super rare Albatross Spoon Viper special items for 2 super lucky fans. They've also had some feedback on Virtua Surf from a reader who mentions the Saturn port and how the team is developing it. Excitingly, karaoke versions of Sega classics are on the way. Confirmed tunes include Daytona USA and Let's Go Away, adding to the Sega karaoke scene, which sounds like it's becoming quite the thing. Moving on to the AM2 Research Gallery, the theme is Last Round Vipers Challenge. This section seems to be showcasing fan artwork. Then we have reader submissions via postcards, featuring a variety of art. There's a cute Sonic the Hedgehog and Honey from Fighting Vipers cosplay, someone's drawn Pepsi Man, and there's some cool Kagamaru artwork from Virtua Fighter. Looks like there's also a drawing of a female character from Virtua Fighter, and even a slightly unsettling image, possibly inspired by Virtua Fighter Kids. Finally, there's a call for more postcard submissions for the Postcard Big Gathering. They are giving away special AM2 Research t-shirts and Alpha prizes to selected entries. They're keen to get feedback and art for the AM2 Research Express Neo column, encouraging readers to send in their thoughts and creations. This page is a Sega Saturn soft review page, featuring 3 groups of reviewers: Lady Users Group, Game Mania Group, and Guest Game Writers. They're giving their opinions on 2 games, Eternal Melody and Brain Dead 13. Starting with Eternal Melody, the Lady Users Group gives it a 6 out of 10, praising the cute girl characters but mentioning that the story depends on personal taste. The Game Mania Group also scores it a 6, highlighting the RPG elements and character customization as interesting points. The Guest Game Writers give it a slightly higher score of 7, appreciating the scenario and character development and saying it's a good game overall. Moving on to Brain Dead 13, the Lady Users Group gives it a 6, enjoying the smooth animation, but finding the gameplay a bit basic. The Game Mania Group also scores it a 6, liking the grotesque American-style art and the unique LD game feel. However, the Guest Game Writers are less impressed, giving it a 4. They criticize the command-based controls and feel it's outdated for a modern game, suggesting it feels like an old anime itself. Overall, Eternal Melody seems to be getting decent scores, leaning towards positive, while Brain Dead 13 is receiving mixed reactions, with concerns about its gameplay mechanics and dated feel. This page continues the Sega Saturn soft review, and this time we have opinions on 3 games from the Lady Users Group, the Highbrowers Group, and Guest Writers. First up is the Where de Pon, a mahjong game. The Lady Users Group gave it a score of 5, finding it a bit bland, and complaining about the TV show setting feeling repetitive. The Highbrowers Group enjoyed it much more, giving it an 8, praising the rule adjustments and the gambling aspect, making it exciting. The Guest Writers scored it a 7, highlighting the focus on player interaction and saying it's good for casual play. Next is Tokyo Mahjong Land, another mahjong title. The Lady Users Group really liked this one, giving it an 8, and mentioning the appealing characters and ease of play for beginners. The Highbrowers Group scored it a 7, appreciating the fast pace and suitability for single-player mode. The Guest Writers also gave it a 7, describing it as having a classic gag manga style and enjoying the humorous elements. Finally, we have Langrisser 2 Eyes. The Lady Users Group gave it a score of 7, appreciating the continuation of the series and the sense of progression and power. The Highbrowers Group also scored it a 7, noting the stable and refined gameplay and visual improvements. The Guest Writers gave it a 7 as well, focusing on the time-consuming battles and strategic depth, finding it a good representation of strategic gameplay. World Baseball 2 received mixed reviews. Lady Users enjoyed its visual polish and casual fun, scoring it a 7. Highbrowers and Guest Writers, however, gave it a 5, citing a lack of innovation and feeling outdated, respectively. Master of Monsters. Neo Generation also garnered varied responses. Lady Users gave it a 6.66, appreciating the addictive gameplay despite initial visual concerns. Highbrowers and Guest Writers both scored it a 7,
highlighting strategic depth, enjoyable unit growth, and beginner-friendly design. Zoop, a simple puzzle game, received a consistent score of 6 from all groups. Reviewers found it addictive for quick play sessions, but noted its repetitiveness and lack of a sound test. This page unveils secret techniques for SEGA Saturn games. In Dark Savior, players can exploit traps and enemy encounters to earn billions of points by gaining them in increments of 10, which can be used for health. Warriors of Fate 2 features a unique, powerful attack, down, right, down, left, up attack button, that differs from the arcade version, unleashing a dragon fist. Returning to Dark Savior, pressing X in the game screen accesses a notebook, where pressing right and R activates a calculator. Finally, in Dokusei If, repeatedly pressing L, R, X, Y, and Z on the title screen allows players to replay character voice lines. This page details several cheat codes for various SEGA Saturn games. For New Type Purim Pa, a code unlocks the ending. Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, has multiple cheats. One lets you choose different girls in an event, another boosts HP during battles, and a third unlocks extra messages at date spots. NBA Showdown 94 features a code to unlock monster teams for exhibition games. The page encourages readers to submit their own cheat codes for various SEGA consoles: Saturn, Super 32X, Mega Drive, Mega CD, Game Gear, with prizes offered for the best submissions. This page introduces Sato Tamaki, a talent who started out as an idol in Osaka and transitioned into the gaming world through radio show auditions. She specifically recalls her work on Superpower Sentai Ranger as a particularly memorable job. She talks about the audition process, voice acting for characters, and the initial difficulties she faced in truly becoming the character. Sato also mentions her role as the voice of Athena Asamiya in The King of Fighters 96. She shares her experience and fondness for the character, finding her cute and enjoying her signature lines. She also touches upon narrating and doing voice work for O Ranger, revealing that she initially thought it would be a breeze, but discovered the challenge of synchronizing her voice with the animations. While admitting she's not the best gamer herself, she expresses her love for games, especially for the character of Athena. The page also mentions she contributed to a game-arranged soundtrack for O Ranger, and that 2 songs are available for 2,500 yen. SEGA Saturn Magazine is hosting a reader giveaway. 20 winners can choose any SEGA Saturn game released before November 1996. Other prizes include 5 Hiroko Su 1997 calendars, 15 Mystic Defender posters, 3 World Heroes Perfect posters, 5 Cyberdoll t-shirts, and a Virgin Interactive cap. The issue also lists winners from a previous August 23rd giveaway. Additionally, it teases an upcoming SEGA event caravan, hinting at new games and a strong end-of-year push for the Saturn. The next issue, number 8, arrives October 25th. Contact information and giveaway terms and conditions are provided. This page is dedicated to the SEGA Saturn game Princess Clara's Great Strategy, a quarter-view scrolling shooting action title. It boasts 18 different multi-ending scenarios and is for 1 or 2 players, coming exclusively to the SEGA Saturn on November 15th and priced at 6,800 yen. This game looks to be an interesting addition to the console's library. The advert highlights several gameplay features, such as a system where 2 pure eggs are used to progress through stages and support the player. Gameplay involves shooting enemies, rescuing animals, which increases a gauge, and unleashing bombs when in danger. It also mentions pure eggs grow during stages, and encourages players to try out jewel attack tactics for high scores and aiming for a diamond rank. It also mentions that the game includes a desk calendar and supports drop-in 2-player action. The page includes a couple of screenshots showcasing the in-game graphics and gives a glimpse at the characters and gameplay style. This page showcases Sengoku Blade, also known as Sengoku Ace Episode 2, for the SEGA Saturn. It's presented as a sequel to Sengoku Ace, upgraded for the SEGA Saturn console. The advert emphasizes that it's a scrolling shooting game that takes place in early Kyoto and features a multi-ending storyline. Character design is highlighted as being popular with game fans, and the illustrations are by Sima Yoshitaka. The game boasts premium Creedrom contents across 2 discs, including artwork from guest illustrators and winners of an illustration contest, setting materials, commentary on the original Sengoku Ace,
and even fortune-telling. It's also noted as supporting 2-player simultaneous play, with players able to join in mid-game. The release is slated for November 22nd at a price of 6,800 yen. Screenshots at the bottom offer a glimpse of the gameplay. This page is an advertisement for World Series Baseball 2 on the SEGA Saturn. It's heavily emphasizing the game's realism, proclaiming that you can experience the real Major League Baseball in this title. The advert highlights features such as the use of polygon graphics to realistically render the stadiums and players, capturing the likenesses of famous players, and including all 28 Major League teams from the '96 season with up-to-date player data. It also boasts a TV-style broadcast presentation to enhance the immersive experience. The screenshots showcase the in-game graphics, player models, and stadium environments. The game was released on October 25th for 5,800 yen, categorized under the sports genre. Interestingly, there's also a smaller advertisement promoting the SEGA Saturn console itself, with a suggested retail price of 20,000 yen, as well as a mention of SEGA Magazine being currently on sale. The right side of the page includes the magazine details, identifying it as SEGA Saturn Magazine, Volume 18, published on October 25, 1996.